Supermoto Championship 2025. Beautiful morning here at the Lincolnshire Circuit to action on Phil G. Alongside me as always, Danielle Koenig. Welcome, Danielle.
Hi Phil, it's good to have you back. So we are here at Cadwell Park for the final round of the 2025 Trips UK British Supermoto Championship, and as ever it's good to have Phil alongside us. We've been unfortunately absent for a few rounds, but it's really nice to have you back, Phil.
In a while, and like I say, following the championship coverage, enjoying it. Obviously, you can follow the championship coverage on all our systems, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Yep. So if you're not already, make sure this championship on, as Phil says, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. You can watch the live stream over at TNL Sports, and for everything else there is the website, which is the British Supermoto Championship.com. So we've seen plenty of action posted over on the socials in the last couple of weeks, which is what we like to see. So we should hopefully be able to see our current championship standings. Now, we have had a few championships wrapped up at round 7 at Teesside, but that doesn't mean it'll be any less of the action here for the final round of the championship. So it is our academy class first.
Yeah, Edward Darlington, then he's the man away at considerable margin from Archie Reynolds, Max Rhodes, Cole Reynolds, Tyler Clark, Jackson Bennett, Josh Walker, Rick Jennings, Jackson Nuttall and Ollie O'Gorman. But Darlington been really good this year, and he's come on a lot, and he's starting to get it, making nuisance of himself in the bigger classes as well.
He is. He's so far as the number 41 rider, so I'm sure he'll be out in full force today, and hopefully a little bit of a better day than yesterday for his national championship day. He had a few issues, but we will see all those guys out on track very shortly. I think our next championship that we should be seeing should be our novice championship. Again, that is one of the championships that has been won so far at Teesside, and that has been won by this man here, the number 59 of Dan Billam, on 488 points, which means it's mathematically impossible for him to be beaten from this weekend, which is good because he's actually out of this weekend, unfortunately, with an injury.
No, this was a conversation we had yesterday. I was wondering why he wasn't here, and apparently he spanned himself putting a tree branch through his arm or something out somewhere exotic in the Middle East. So he's not here this weekend, but he has wrapped up the championship from Kev Crowthers, Adrian Dealey, with Sean Rogerson, Liam Pearson, Eddie Rushforth, Harvey Ward, Dean Clark, Tommy Sight and Ian Rogerson. That is our novice championship. But a worthy winner, Dan Billam. He's really come on leaps and bounds in the past 12 months, and he will be making a nuisance of himself at the top of the Clubman Championship for certain.
And here it is, our current Clubman Championship, and that is the 11 of Jake Sayer. And it's a little bit of a gap back to the number 53 of Simon Burgess. And then it is Chris Lambourne in 3rd, Luke Armitage 4th, and Jason Slater rounding out that top 5. James Wood sits there in 6th place, but hot on his heels is the 101 in 7th, Blake Wilson in 8th, Mike Norbury 9th, and Duncan Wright, the Scotsman, rounding out our top 10. So it's tight at the tail end of that top 10 there in those points, so there might be some shifting around here at Cadwell, but there is our Trips.UK British Supermoto champion so far, and our championship winner and leader is the number 74 of Chris Hodgson on 483 points. And it is now the battle for the remaining places, Phil.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be tight. Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan all in with a shout of finishing second. Richard Blakeman, then, I don't think he can do 5th. Lee Willow Williams in 6th. Harley Sharp 7th. Chris Walker 8th. Ryan Kringle 9th. And Dean Hillier in 10th. But I don't know about you, I feel that with the championship kind of decided, well, it isn't kind of decided, it's done. Hodgson has added another 2 to his tally for 2025. But riders are just going to be able to race for wins today and not for wood. From our point of view, should give us better racing, where people are not just, well, they only need to finish 5th, so that's what I'm going to do. And again, with the weather as it is here at Cadwell, I'm thinking that there's going to be a lot of people going to be enjoying the sunshine, certainly for the first group of races. Hopefully the weather will stay with us for the rest of. But it has been a great season. I'd say Danielle been holding the fort here while I've been away doing other stuff.
Off gallivanting,
I've been
Phil.
It was my 60th birthday for one of them. I've got to be off. There's Duncan Wright then. He is a man that I will say he's obviously had a bit of a disaster in qualifying because he was in the A group yesterday, so I'm not really sure what went on. There's the 19 of, I think that's Tom Nutter. Our British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions then. That's Jamie Duncan, his company up there in Scotland. They make some of the most beautiful aerospace stuff, which is my line of work, and their factory. And they make pinned mountain bike stuff, which is some of the best out there. If you get a chance to go and have a look at some of their socials, some beautiful kit being made for the mountain bike world. And all the rest of the riders then just starting to line up in the pit area. We've got a few of our as well. These 85cc bikes absolutely rip round this woodland circuit, Danielle. The lap times that they were putting in yesterday with the bigger bikes was amazing. It's the longer circuit today, so they are going to struggle more than they would normally.
Yeah, definitely. So we go up round Charlie's 1 and 2, through an escape road at the top, and then back towards the mountain section with that chicane in there as well. So we'll be able to see that when we get bikes on track with some on-track action. There is Max Rhodes, again, one of our academy riders. He's out there at the moment. He'll be getting ready alongside him. That is the number 6 of Dean Clark. So we'll have to keep an eye out on all those riders out on track. We do have the grids for this one. So Max Rhodes should be starting 14th, Dean Clark 15th. And we'll wait for them to be released out onto the circuit for their warm-up lap very, very shortly. So our current on-track action here has been our S10. And as soon as that track is cleared, we'll be able to get these guys released out onto the circuit for their first race of the day. And like you say, Phil, a lot of championships already wrapped up, but there's still quite a lot to play for here. And with it being the last round of the championship, it's sort of all no holds barred. Everyone will be out there, and that'll make for some excellent racing.
So they leave the area, and on pole for this Seagull race is Nigel Wells, and there he is on the. Well, he's down as being on the 41X, but it's actually the 941 on the bike. So Nigel Wells, the father of our A Group racer Darren Wells. Nigel, a man who lives literally Adwell Park circuit, and has done many laps here over the years, and turned himself into a racer a couple of seasons ago with the debut here at the circuit. But Nigel Wells then definitely going to enjoy himself around here, and starting then from pole position as we watch them roll into the 111 of Duncan Wright and the 85 of Philip Rigg.
There is the 64 of Sebastian Kozlowski. He made a bit of a nuisance of himself yesterday with the big bikes.
Yeah, one of those
a great show.
Kids. But again, these are the guys that we're looking to see come through. And for those of you who've followed the sport for a few seasons, you will know that Harley Sharp was rode an 85 with, well, also with some success, because on an 85 he wasn't really a guy at the sharp end of the even at the academy class, but he did enjoy getting out there and getting on circuit, and as a result he is now one of our top performers in our elite class, having won a race this year, I think, in that. So as they blast off on the warm-up lap for the first time, they will go round up through Coppice, and then this is the right-hander of Charlie's 1. And again, on these Supermoto bikes, almost flat out through there, and then into Charlie's 2. And then they will start to way down the park straight, where they will stand on the brakes and turn a hard right here through our ambulance lane. It's a nice little bit. It's painted tarmac through there, which I didn't realise until I went round in the course car a few years ago. And it is definitely a run through the track, and then we've got the flick flack through the right hand chicane, and then off through along the short straight then to the bottom of the mountain, where we will go left and then right and then up over that infamous rise that has created so many fantastic pictures over the years. It's actually been flattened recently. I think in the last 10 years or so they've took a little bit off the top of it, because well, I don't really know why, but obviously safety being probably the main reason.
It's still probably one of the most iconic areas on any British circuit, and it's easy to see why, especially when you see some of the photos on Facebook last night on the British Supermoto Championship Facebook page. So if you haven't already, make sure you go and check those out. There's some absolutely excellent photos posted on there by our championship photographer, which will be Jeff and Claire Brooks. So some excellent shots on there, some great wheelies over the mountain, and some also great shots through Hall Bend.
There's
if you're not
Nigel
already,
Wells.
make sure you're following.
Yeah, Nigel Wells then has no idea that the camera's pointed at him. And Alice and the grid. There's Sebastian Gazlowski on that 85cc gas. Like I say, he's a man that can get that thing off the line. You'll notice that Philip Rigg there riding Bullet, no peak on a motocross helmet. Gazlowski in a road race helmet. It does make start straight. The buffeting that you've had, Duncan Wright there on the DJW Racing TM. He is obviously a man that doesn't care that his head's wobbling around all over the place. But it does make a difference. We wait for everybody to come to the grid. We did have a rider that black at the bottom of the mountain, and we're going to wait for him to join us at the back, and then we'll get the green flag from Kirk, and we will be underway. We've got two 111s, which obviously that's great. Who's the other one, Danielle?
So we've got the 111 on third, which is Duncan Wright. So in the middle of your shot there, and that is supposed to be the 11X of Lee Room. Right. He had a great race yesterday again with those pesky kids on 85s. But they were carrying so much corner speed through this circuit yesterday. But like you say, a little bit more detrimental to them with the straight line speed that's needed here today.
Last rider comes to the grid then, not quite sure.
That looks to be the 16 of Tommy Sayer, I believe, just lining up at the back of the grid potentially there.
Right, here we go then. Waiting for the race start. Away they go. Let's see who's going to get it. Gazlowski's got a good fit. Look, but it looks like it's Duncan Wright that's going to lead them away for the first time as they go up the hill into...
Yep, so there he is, firing up that hill and into towards Charlie's 1 and 2.
Let's just make notice, in case we don't get to pick him up on screen. In this race, we have I think it's the 1999 Nora Sport champion, Keith Jackson, on the road in that championship. He is there on the back row of the grid, or back with one row of the grid. I'm not going to tell you how young he is, but suffice to say that to see him out here yet again, enjoying his one outing of the year on the bike that took him to championship victory is very much nice to see. He's currently showing at the top of our timesheets, which is quite nice, but obviously he was on the back row of the grid. So it is Duncan Wright then that leads across the mountain for the first time into Hall Bends, and he's already got quite a sizable lead. Not quite sure why I feel like he's a long way out of where he should be. For the front of this one should be between Nigel Wells and whoever else there is in this one, because I think he must have had a problem. But all of our riders then making their way through Hall Bends, and here comes Wright, and there's the battle then for second position, and we can see Gazlowski in there, but it's Wells,
and that is one of the Rogerson brothers down racing, so on board his KTM and flat out down this straight and heading up towards that incredibly fast corner where there's no brakes. You sort of shut off and hope for the best there, trying to get that, carry as much corner speed up and round. So it is Duncan Wright from Nigel Wells, Sean Rogerson in third, Philip Rigg fourth, and Gazlowski fifth place as it stands, which is incredibly impressive on 85. We've got a move down the inside there.
Yeah, that was Rogerson, I think, throwing it down the inside of Nigel Wells, but I'm expecting that Nigel will come back at him. Rogerson then, he's brothers that have been quite supportive of this championship, sponsored a couple of rounds, and new to the sport, I think, in the last couple of seasons. They are properly getting into it as well. So Rogerson up to second. Wells coming under pressure from Gazlowski on the 64 gas. The corner speed of these smaller guys on these smaller bikes is absolutely unbelievable. It would be, I mean, I know a good guy on a 450 is faster through Hall Bends than a guy on, and a good bloke on an 85 is faster than a good guy on a 450. So it would be interesting to see what the speed difference at the apex of Hall Bends is between our best 85 rider and the top British Superbike rider, because the flickability of those small bikes definitely gives them the advantage. And as we can see, Gazlowski's going to get eaten by Wells and Philip Rigg. And also, not quite sure who that is that... that's Lee Room on the second of those TMs. So see a few more of those popping up in the championship. So TM leads then obviously doing a bit of business there, which is what championship is designed to do for them. Rogerson then starting to get away at the front of this little group in his second. Now here goes Gazlowski on the brakes down the inside of two riders. He gets shut out.
Yeah, we've just got one of those cones tipped over on the inside there, so he didn't manage a 2-for-1, but he is now tucked in behind Wells, and we'll see if there's anything more he can do. pulled off some excellent moves at the bottom of the mountain going round the outside, so I have a feeling he's going to line that move up now, so he won't waste any time. So he's looking to the inside, but is he going for the outside? He's not quite close enough on this lap, but he's following Wells up the mountain now. So on board that 85, they come past at the cafe and then into Hall Bends. So we'll watch him here through Hall Bends and then in towards that woodland circuit and that right-hander, which, as you said yesterday, Phil, we've been really lucky so far this year. Normally when we come to this circuit for the final round, we end up with, like you say, about a 2-foot patch of circuit by damp leaves, but we've been graced with the weather this weekend. Glorious sunshine so far today, and hopefully we're not jinxing it there. We don't want a commentator's curse, but it's so far looking so far so good.
Yeah, Nigel Wells blast back past Kozlowski. I would say that there is a minimum age difference with 40 years, without a shadow of a doubt. Nigel's not going to give me a hard time over that one, but Kozlowski just has so much corner speed around there, and as now Wells is coming under pressure from Lee Room. And like I say, Wells not a regular racer. He pulls the bike out once a year for this one. This is the bike his son in the elite class, who this weekend is out there on the Aprilia SXV 550, which we will see in our elite class race a little later on. He seems to be the man that has mopped up all of the Aprilias. He's even got my old MXV Alice Racing Aprilia here from my bike from 2010, which is for sale. If anybody fancies a bit of Italian exotica, that is certainly as exotic as he gets. Kozlowski now all over the back of Rogerson as they go into Hall Bends. He might even come out of barn in second position.
So I know you said that it was unusual to see Duncan group, and out in front he goes. He's just crossed the checkered flag now, and it looks like he has extended that lead of his. So it was 5.6 seconds on the last lap, and he looks like he's opened that out now to 5.9. Another ride we wouldn't expect to see here in the C group is the number 51 of Jason Slater. He's currently sitting, having just got past the 19 of Tom Nutter on that last lap. I wonder if he maybe got a bit of a sore head for you celebrating yesterday.
Yes, he was the man that proposed to his girlfriend in the lunch break yesterday. As Kozlowski dives down the inside, but no, he had an off yesterday and was fit. And so I think that Slate is more physically than mentally drained, and he had a crash through Hall Bends in the final race yesterday. So maybe just feeling the after effects of that. So Kozlowski has managed to find his way back or up into second and past Rogerson as they come through the bottom of the mountain, and as I expect start to close in a little bit as they get to here. He's not going to make the pass, and Kozlowski is just going to disappear into the distance. If that's not a 20 or 30 bike length advantage as they come out of Barn Corner next time, I would be surprised. So Duncan Wright then running and hiding at the front, and there he is right on cue. This battle will be coming out of Barn, and there we go. So Kozlowski, so it's all about, has he got enough in hand to lead across the line with 3 laps to go, and at the moment that is a no, but every lap he gets closer to Rogerson. If he can pass him again in the bit Charlie's and not have to outbrake him into the ambulance loop, it's going to move him a little bit further up the track every lap, to the point where he will not get overtaken before they get to the start-finish line. There he is down the inside on the brakes yet again. That cone laid across the bottom of the tyres just to give the riders a little bit of visibility, because those tyres do not stand out against the background of the tarmac very well. Very, very easy to misjudge it. But the youngster then, Kozlowski, back up to second. He can't get that job done over the line. In fact, Rogerson back past him this time. So in net position, he's worse off than he was. Got to make a pass this time through the woodland section.
So let's not forget, this is actually the battle for the final promotion position up to the B group for race 2. So if Kozlowski is able to make a pass stick and hold it across the line when that checkered flag drops, that will promote him up to the Bs for race 2. So it definitely is an important pass if he can make it stick. It's a little bit of a way back to Lee Room now in 4th. So Duncan Wright, as you said, hiding at the front, and then it is that battle for second. It's then a further couple of seconds back to Room, and he's in a fairly lonely 4th with Nigel Wells now to 5th, and Jason Laycock just managing to get a pass stuck on Philip Rigg there, so that's promoted him up to 6th.
Yeah, Jason Laycock, one of the Bathmate guys, then another novice rider enjoying, I think it's his first full season. We saw him a couple of times last year. So Kozlowski not able to get the pass done, and Rogerson closes the door, runs. So this battle, he has a look over his shoulder to see where that pesky kid is, and he's going to throw it down the inside into the chicane. No, he isn't. But hats off to these youngsters for coming out and racing the big boys around this Cadwell Park circuit. It's probably one of the ones that they have the most disadvantage at for straight line. The lap times that we see them do around Three Sisters and the like, the fast lads in the academy class, is very, very impressive. But Kozlowski then, he has to be in front of Rogerson through this section of the circuit. I think we're going to get the last lap next time by Danielle, so he is running out of time. Pass done.
Yep, so it will be Duncan Wright that will take that last lap flag first, and that is being shown. So Kozlowski trying to get a bit of a slipstream now on Rogerson as they head down this straight, and it seems to be working. He doesn't seem to be pulling away quite as dramatically as we had seen. And see if he can get this corner speed up through this really, really fast left-hander and then into the right, and you can see Kozlowski right on the back wheel there of Rogerson. But we do have a new fastest lap, and that has been set by the number 51 of Jason Slater, who currently sits in 5th place with a 1:20.664. So track at the moment to have broken into those 1 minute 20 second laps. So good to see that even though he's probably not feeling his best today, he's still able to put in some consistent lap times there in 5th place.
Oh, back marker in the way then. This is going to give Kozlowski a chance to maybe jump past Rogerson as they get... Rider then just moving off the racing line, but I think that it's not going to be for Kozlowski, and he's going to have to start the second one of these C Group races brought to you by Contract Solutions from pole and have another bash at it in race 2. Meanwhile, we'll be waiting for Duncan Wright then to come across to take the checkered flag, and here he comes right on cue, the man from Scotland on the TM. He will take a comfortable victory here in the first of our C Group races brought to you by Contract Solutions. And then Rogerson second, Kozlowski a close third but not able to get the job done. Place is going to be the 111 of Leverim. A big battle then across the line, and it looks like it's Slater, Laycock, Wells and Rigg. Now Slate's getting himself up to 5th. That will get him a second row start in the second one of these races later on this afternoon.
And there's some more of our making their way across the line. So that was the 56 of Jake Smith and the 37 of Byron Johnson. We'll then see Dean Clark in 12th place, and it was Keith Jackson found his way up to 15. So Stephen Haig managing that 13th place, with Jason Ramshaw 14th, Jackson 15th, in 16th on his mini bike, along with Max Roden 17th on his 85. Jonathan Reed there crossing the line in 18th place, and Tyler Clark, our academy rider, into 19th place. So we've just got the last couple of riders to come across the line, and that was, I believe, Jake Bunting bike crossing the line there, the 444 on that machine. I've seen that one up for sale, and it went for very reasonable money from what I saw.
Yes, it did. So the house in the background that you're seeing there, that's been there forever. That's been there since this circuit's been there. I think it's a 100 house, and a lot of history here at this Cadwell Park circuit. It's like I say, it's a sinew of tarmac through a lovely country park, and first race here I think was 1937, and that house was there. It's held motocross Grand Prix and all sorts of car racing. So premier event of the championship calendar for them is the British Superbikes here on August Bank Holiday weekend, and our traditional date here, which is usually the last weekend before the clocks change, because we get so much grief with running out of daylight if we don't get in before that one. Podium guys coming down to get their pictures taken. There is the 111 of Duncan Wright. He will take the win, and like I say, he will go up onto the back of the And then Sean Rogerson there in second place on the 303. And the 64, the youngster Sebastian Geslowski. I will say that I've not seen him with his helmet off. So
I saw him yesterday evening at the presentation.
Is he angelic?
He's only a little one. He's only, like you said yesterday, he's a dot. And but he's an absolute animal on that gas. He was throwing it about yesterday, putting some cracking moves on the big bikes, and he didn't let him put them off. So all these riders opting not to bother taking their helmets off and putting them on the stands while they're down here, rather get back up the top, get back to the paddock. So
get everything ready for Geslowski's going to be out there in our mini bike classes as well. We'll see. I would imagine possibly
so.
It will be. We'll wait for them to come back up. Right, British Supermoto B, then brought to you by Race IQ. That is the next on-track action here at Cadwell Park, the first of our riders, our B group riders, for their race this morning. And like I say, we are currently basking in sunshine, but it's almost shorts weather here. We've got our recovery van having to get out, and I think there's somebody in Hall Bends that needs bringing back in. But like I say, the beauty greenery of Cadwell Park, it is one of the most unspoiled circuits in the British Isles now. Lots of other tracks have been kind of molested to a point where they don't really represent the tracks that they used to. A lot of them for safety reasons. The only ones I can think of that are kind of similar, a little bit Thruxton. Changed that much, although obviously there's a lot of new infrastructure gone in there. But Cadwell Park, we have it's very minimalist. We have a small cafe at the top of the hill, and there is a few buildings and bits and bobs, but essentially it is not that different to how it's been for the last 40 or 50 years. But all sorts of things over the years. We've had stock car racing, and rallycross was one of the sports. In fact, Supermoto, which grew from rallycross, was one of the staple sports at Cadwell Park here in the winter between here and Brands Hatch and Liddon Hill. Rallycross used to run on the TV in the winter. A guaranteed schedule filler should all the football, obviously football was never shown live on TV back in those days, but should the horse racing be cancelled, we would suddenly get rallycross from Liddon Hill or here, or from Brands Hatch as part of our Saturday afternoon, or of course scrambling as it was before motocross. It's a series that we used to have, and all the top riders would.
There were some excellent photos of when they ran the scramble up on this banking here in front of us on Comms. So where the start finish is, what's now a spectator area. There's photos that I've seen here at the circuit where that used to be run as either an off-road section, and then even the motocross track that they had. It's a circuit that's definitely got plenty of history behind it. There's the 817 of Harley Sharp on screen now, so a rider that we would have expected in the A group today, but I know in qualifying he actually had to borrow a bike, so he had an off yesterday into Hall Bends, where he said it felt really unpredictable, like he'd hit oil. On further inspection this morning, they found that his rear shock was actually leaking.
Ah, right, okay,
so looked like it was dripping oil onto that back tyre. He lost it, so he decided not to run that bike for qualifying this morning, and instead both him and his dad shared a bike for the same session.
That'll explain why they didn't do. I mean, obviously they've got a session here, so that will explain that. But I was obviously up there in the paddock yesterday after racing. He actually snapped the handlebars on that bike yesterday. But here's our starting grid then. It will be pole position for the Bathmate KTM of Kyle Eccleston, with Luke Armitage on the CF Motorsports Husky in second, Chris Eastwood 110 in third, then Harley Sharp and Paul Rhodes. Row 3 will be Rich Jennings, Jamie Goldthorpe, who took a bit of a digger in practice, but I think he will be out there, Jamie Wrigglesworth, who rode well yesterday, and then row 4, the number 10 of Lee Dygard, Paul Reynolds and Ian Rogerson, and then row 5, Andy Hayes, Lily Rhodes and Tommy Sayer.
I'm not seeing Goldthorpe down on the grid in front of us, so it might be the case that that's off in practice / qualifying, because it was combined this morning.
Yes, it was.
I've maybe knocked him a little bit, but it looks like they've got Harley back on his own bike. They had a spare rear shock that they were going to put in, but just didn't have time for.
Busy in the paddock then to get all those bikes away. So Goldthorpe looks like he is a non-starter. He was the man. He was the cause of a red flag earlier in proceedings today. And although he remounted and rode back in, as far as I'm aware, he's obviously taking no further part in proceedings today. And I think he was rider of the day yesterday? Oh no, that was Dean Hillier was rider of the day. But he was mentioned in dispatches. He was he was our top novice rider that we'd not seen before. So off on a sight lap then, and let's not forget, 2 of these guys will go up to the A group, Race IQ B group, race 1.
Looking at this grid, there's riders out there that you'd put in the A's any day of the week. So Chris Eastwood, the Scotsman, the number 110, although we haven't seen him at every round of the British Championship this year, he's definitely one of those riders that can stick it in the A's quite consistently. So even though he's on the front row of the B's, he's got his work cut out and race, so he has got to try and make his way through the 255 of Kyle Eccleston and the 145 of Luke Armitage. So I think this is definitely going to be a race to watch, and we know yesterday that the Bees put on some absolutely cracking racing for us, and that was James Wood yesterday that was fighting for a race. Did manage 2 yesterday in the Bees, and
not seeing where he is.
You're not seeing Woody on this one.
No, I'm not seeing him at all. I'm not seeing him in the A, so he may be somebody that's decided that he is done. I know that Team Boss was a non-starter today because he was away, and he needed to be away for business today, so he's not here. And also no sign, although I saw him in the paddock earlier on, I did not see the bike of Andy Mitchell being prepared, and he is not on our quality list either. So the Bathmate Triumph rider who Vet Championship yesterday, after a season-long battle, on a count back decided he is not out there today, but he is nursing a hand injury from a big crash in Meadow. I don't know if you've seen the videos of that, but there's about 3 or 4 different videos of it, and he did take a bit of a digger, so he's decided today that maybe is the better part of valour. Not a lot for him to be out there for, other than obviously personal pride and the final round of the championship, but if he struggled a bit yesterday, he's probably given himself a chance to recoup. There is Harley Sharp then, no peak on the 817. We'll see what number board is on the side of that to make sure that it is his bike.
Looked like an 8 that we could see there. There's the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, our Automotive Solutions team boss. So Paul, a great supporter of this British Championship. He looks like he's back on his own bike that was being ridden by Scarlett Robinson yesterday. We saw him out there on that newly purchased MTR KTM from the Trips team, but he looks like he's faithful for this one.
Yeah, he is indeed. Right, here we go then. Away they go. Let's see who gets the jump. Is it going to be Eccleston? A good start from Harley Sharp in the centre of row 2, and Harley's going to come through to lead into Coppice. Who's that on the inside? That looked like it was Eastwood as they tip into Coppice for the first time. Fast and furious in this. Brought to you by Race IQ. Round Charlie's 1 for the first time, Charlie's 2. It is Harley Sharp then on the Trips.uk KTM from the 255 of Carl Eccleston on the Bathmate at Husqvarna. Then it's the 145 Armitage on the CF Motorsport Husky. Oh,
side
Eccleston
by side
round the outside. Obviously, Harley went in a bit deep there as he has a look across. And it's a friendly paddock, so all of these guys know each other. Oh, we've got somebody down that looks like the 555 of 8 deal. He's just maybe running to the back of somebody there. It just and down the inside again from Eccleston. He pushes Sharp really wide, and that's going to put him back to 3rd. Sudden, Armitage is up to 2nd, and Harley Sharp needs to get his finger out here. He's got Chris Eastwood all over the back of him.
Yeah, that move there from Kyle Eccleston just absolutely ruining Harley Sharp's entry into the mountain there, sending him way too tight to be able to get the power down on that Trips UK KTM, and that did allow Armitage to second place. So it is Eccleston from Armitage, then Sharp and Eastwood are our top 4 as they come down onto the start-finish straight. And it is Eccleston trying to get tucked in behind that Bathmate KTM, but Armitage flying down that straight up the inside.
Now, I did not expect that. Luke Armitage has been decent this year. A group by qualification a couple of times, and he's definitely a man on the move with regard to where we expect to see him. But of all of these 4 guys pressing, or the 3 guys pressing Eccleston for the lead, I would have expected that he would not be the one at the front of the queue. So relief road there, and the 145 of Luke Armitage, and a big mistake there. Eccleston runs in deep. Armitage was really fast. I think if he can get himself on the back, that Husqvarna. So Armitage works for a Moto 3 European Championship team, so he earns his living in the road race paddock. obviously struggles to get all of his time off for all of the races, but when he does attend, he is definitely a man who is on the move with regards to where he's finishing in the races. We'll wait for them to come out of barn, and I think he will. I think he might lead across the line if he gets a nice run out of there. Eccleston obviously does not look like line speed, but having said that, Armitage looks like he's made a mistake.
Yeah, and Sharp now getting involved.
Sharp. Oh, he's going to put him on the grass.
Oh, it's Armitage so tight.
Armitage did the deal.
Oh. Yep, Armitage there. Let them two squabble between them, but not for long. So they're diving up the inside. It was a fastest lap there for Harley Sharp with a 1:17.2 on that one. So he absolutely got a great run out of barn there. So it is still Eccleston from Armitage and Sharp now, our top three, breaking away ever so slightly from Eastwood there, just in the back of shot. So Eccleston doing everything he can with those elbows. Pathmate KTM, and I think Armitage is actually on a slightly older shape KTM, which is why you might be thinking it's the Husky. It's the KTM with slightly rounded rad guards.
Oh, right, okay, well, they're all the same anyway. Yeah, it's amazing. Each of these riders obviously has a corner that they have 100% confidence in, because he's so fast through Coppice, and yet he almost like he drops anchor into Charlie's one, because Eccleston just rode past him there on the way up the hill after what I would consider Armitage made the harder of the two passes. Harley Sharp really needs to get his finger out. Obviously the rear shock on that bike may not liking. Obviously just having something that you can put in the bike as they come across the line, and there goes Armitage and there goes Harley Sharp. So this is where Eccleston, we saw him on the last lap, he just whipped round, and here he is again. Look, is he going to get up the inside of Harley going? Yes, he is. A lovely move. So that's what they need to be doing going. Pathmate KTM man, as Armitage runs a little wide and has a look over the shoulder, he closes off the gap then.
Yeah, he's covering the inside there from Eccleston, and it is now Armitage that leads as the exit through that escape road and back out onto the normal circuit here at Cadwell Park, and then on the this chicane, and it's really fast through there, Phil.
It is. Eccleston looks like he's holding a way too tight a line on the way in to cover the inside, and that is costing him speed through the chicane. But he's on the back of Armitage again, and here goes Harley Sharp down the inside as they come over the top of the mountain into Hall Bends.
He's not quite close enough.
That was close. Chris Eastwood is not out of this either. He's there in the background. There he goes, the man on the 110. Is it a DCR KTM? I think it is.
I believe so.
He is there as well. Rich Jennings is in 5th. Blaine Pearson's 6th. Jamie Riggers with 7th. But we cannot take our eyes off this battle at the front as Armitage has a look over his shoulder. Advantage down the straight, so nobody's going to get anywhere near him, I feel, as they go into Coppice. And it is whether Eccleston can make the pass on Harley Sharp again. And here he goes. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. This time Harley shuts the door on him. So whatever Harley didn't do last time, he's done this time. And now he of Armitage, and Armitage head on a swivel, needs to just concentrate on racing forward, otherwise he's going to lose out to both of these guys. And as a result of doing that, he's missed his braking point, and he's now back to 3rd. So if there's an abject lesson in not looking back, that is it. He compromised his run into the chicane by looking over his shoulder point, and now, after having what should have been a lead he should have consolidated through the rest of this lap, he's now got 2 people to pass to get back to the front. But nice lad though, he's a real good addition to this paddock. Look, nice family as well, and they'll be learning from that, and they are weaking their way towards the A group on a regular basis.
Harley Sharp looking like he was starting to break away there as they entered Hall Bends, and with regards to fastest lap time, it was Luke Armitage on that last one, breaking into the 116s with a 116.944. But like I said, Harley Sharp breaking away now for 2, and Armitage right round Eccleston there. But is Eccleston able to retaliate? We saw him do this move on Harley. Is he able to do it again? No,
I don't think so. I think Armitage is just that little bit quicker through the corner at the bottom, and obviously that top speed difference, that may just literally down to 1 tooth on the rear sprocket, meaning that Eccleston on that Pathmate KTM a little bit earlier than Armitage, and you can just see Armitage just seems to have the top end speed. I do remember coming by them, they're parked up by where I am in the pits, and they were working on gearing changes yesterday. But obviously we didn't run this layout yesterday, we did the short circuit, so from circuit to circuit means that at the point where you would normally be getting on the brakes at the end of the start straight, you've now got probably another 100 yards of full throttle before you tip into coppice, and that would normally mean that you would need at least another tooth off the. These guys are running 43 tooth rear sprockets on these 450s to try and get them down the straight without being on the rev limiter all the way down. But Harley Sharp leads them across the line again. Is Armitage going to close him in, do you think, Danielle? Or it looks like Eccleston is, I won't say Eccleston is too much of a gap now. Back to Kyle. Manu's his new father. Saw his wife and newborn baby in the paddock yesterday.
They have spaced themselves out a little bit at the front, and they've also seemingly dropped the 110 of Chris Eastwood now to the tune of about 5.6 seconds on that last lap. So it's 3 to go. Fastest lap still being held by the one Armitage, and he has definitely closed in on Harley Sharp there on that lap, and you can see that gap now back to Eccleston has extended. He's not quite close enough on this one to be able to make a challenge for the lead. He's not quite in the wheel tracks of Sharp, but let's not forget these two positions in first and second are those promotion spots up to the second race of today, just after lunch. So it's where both these riders want to be, is in the A's, and we all know that racing with riders that little bit quicker can pull you along, so especially a circuit like Cadwell Park where slipstreams really do matter, and we saw that quite evidently yesterday. And between our top 3 is the closest gap we've got, and then it is quite spaced out between the riders down to 7th. Looks like we may have a little battle between Ian Rogerson, Paul Reynolds and Andy Hayes there for 8th, 9th and 10th. But we are still watching this battle for the lead with Harley Sharp still being chased.
Yeah, we can't go away from this one. This is the battle at the front, and it's as close as it is. Eccleston now is obviously given best. He's now going to have to go again. He'll start from pole in race 2. And now all of a sudden these guys really don't need to be battling each other. It's when it's a 3-man dice, you know that you don't want to be the third wheel in it. But when not worth taking the risk, because it's going to be the difference between starting 18th and 19th on the grid in the A's. It really isn't the difference. But what you don't want to be doing is pushing yourself too hard and ending up going on the grass somewhere. We saw Harley Sharp get nerfed out wide early on in the action here, and to find his way back to the front. Let's not forget these took race wins here this year in the British Championship. Was it a Saturday race or a Sunday race that he won? I know I saw that.
It was a Sunday race that Harley Sharp managed to take a win at Teesside, I believe it was. Yeah, Teesside. He rode exceptionally. So here he is. So
yeah, it doesn't seem that long ago that we were getting excited about him being a B Group winner, and yet here he is now being promoted from B Group as if it was the thing that he would do all the while.
So it's a new fastest lap for Harley Sharp as they enter the final lap with a 1:15.5, so about half a second quicker than Armitage's previously fastest lap, and he has managed to extend a little bit of breathing room over the line to the tune of 1.3 seconds on that last lap. So just coming up there on the back marker, that is the 555 of A. Dealey. So he's actually one championship contenders. He's sitting in that one in currently 3rd position at the moment, so he'll be looking for a good day. And there is Harley Sharp making his way up the mountain again, just making his way around another one of our back markers, but not causing him any issues. It has just allowed him to break from Armitage there, you can see just in the background. So it's through that flip flag section and then heading down towards that quite tight right-hander through the woodland section, and we will next see them as he makes his way out of Barn. And there he is, right on cue, so flat out down this long start-finish flag is readied for him. So it is a race victory for Harley Sharp, the 817, and a second for Luke Armitage. Kyle Eccleston crosses the line in 3rd, and he will start our second B Group race from pole position. And there is Chris Eastwood in a relatively lonely 4th place.
Yeah, Blaine Pearson comes across the line in 5th, and with Rich Jennings in 6th. That's a good ride for him on a newly acquired 450 Husky. Then it will be Jamie Brigglesworth, a man struggling after an off yesterday, winded himself. Then it will be Paul Reynolds, Ian Rogerson and Andy Hayes rounding out your top the Harley Sharp victory at 2.5 seconds kind of flatters him a little bit, because he had to work hard for that in the middle of that B group race, brought to you by Race IQ. But yeah, I would have expected that maybe Chris Eastwood, although we haven't seen Chris, like I say, he's not done all of the rounds, all of the races, so and he may be just gearing. Again, it was all a bit of a guess this morning for these guys, even though they've been here numerous times before. Different bikes respond to different setups. So Sharp and the 145 of Luke Armitage will go up to the A group for the second round of races, and Kyle Eccleston pole position for race 2 of our Race IQ B group championship. We will see, hopefully those podium guys will ride round, and Alice will get some pictures of them, and then it will be on to first of our A group races of the day here at Cadwell Park at the final round of the Trips.UK British. The sky's still looking ish. The sun is still there.
Yeah, it's still looking like a lovely, I'd say, autumnal day. It's sunny, it's, I'd say, not really cloudy. There's like those wispy ones, but they're not causing us any issues here. And the actual track temperature itself, I'm sure, won't really be affecting these guys too much. I know we've ridden here in the past previously, Phil, and you explained how sometimes the best tyre to be out on there is probably a bit of an old knackered wet, because you've got the movement in of the tyre.
Yeah, my favourite tyre, I always had one in the back of the trailer on days when there was just literally a dry line 2 feet wide all the way through under the trees. Now, what I did see this morning, and I didn't see yesterday, as we look at our podium finishers then coming down, Kyle Eccleston obviously had an issue in that one, but what I saw this morning, which I didn't see yesterday, was that at Cadwell Park, leaf blower on the back of a tractor, so they drove round all the way under the trees and blew all of the leaves off onto the grass. But as fast as they were doing that, the leaves were kind of falling from the trees of their own volition. But what we have is dry leaves, and even the smallest bit of wind is blowing them off the circuit. It's wet, the leaves stick down to the tarmac, and that Hall Bend section literally does become a skating ring. There is Harley Sharp then on the 817. Is that his own bike as well? Just
yeah, it does look like it.
Yeah, it's got the side panels. The Trips guys are adept now at swapping front number plates over from rider. Me and you are probably the only people that haven't been out on a Trips bike at some point this season. But there was Harley Sharp and Luke Armitage and Kyle Eccleston, our top 3 in that one. And
so that is our Supermoto Group A, our Trips British Supermoto Championship grid there. So wait for those riders to take to the grid. But on pole position, it is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He had an excellent qualifying, and again, he actually did take the pole position in Superpole, which unfortunately we aren't able to show you today after some technical issues this morning. But on you have the 100 of Alex Mullaney, then it's the 74 of Chris Hodgson, our current championship winner this year. Alongside him and rounding out that front row, it is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, the Scotsman, the fat and fast rider. Row 2 is headed up by the 94 of Lee Williams in 4th place. Then it is a fat and fast 5th and 6th of Oliver Holmes making his debut in Superpole this morning. And then alongside him, teammate, the 54 of Richard Blakeman, just being squeezed out there into 6th. 7th place, row 3, it's Richard Sharp, then the 108 of Dean Hillier, and the number 9 in 9th place is Bradley Hardy. So we've not seen him too much this year, but a great break into the top 10. 10th place, it is the 155 of Chris Walker. Then we see the 311 in 11th of Jake Sayer, our current Clubman championship leader. Then it's the 26 of Mike Norbury, 12th. Then in 13th and on row 5, it's Simon Burgess. Alongside him, Peter Bennett and Darren Wells. And this group just towards the back is the 58 of Craig Forshaw and the 666 of Darryl Pennington in 17th.
Yeah, so we did say Oliver Holmes making Superpole for the first time here at Cadwell Park, and although he ended up at the bottom of the pile in terms of the guys that went out and did a lap, a very, very creditable performance. Backing up what we've seen, he's been pretty decent. He had a good mete. Most of our top runners were all in Belgium last weekend for the big Superbiker event in Mete. It was the last round of the World Championship and the Superbiker Mete event, the biggest event in the calendar for our sport. weekend to that. We had the cream of our riders were all out in the Czech Republic at the Supermoto and Nations. So it has been an absolute whirlwind for a lot of the guys here in the paddock and the teams.
Yeah.
Chris Hodgson there coming in on the number 74, the TMU bike there, the number 74 current champion, and already got this one wrapped up. But there is Jamie Duncan, a man who's had a couple of troubled weekends, not seeming to have it the speed on that number 7 bike, but they've got a refreshed engine and all is back to good. So he's not good to see him back on the front in 4 top 3 positions.
Yeah. There's the 94 of Lee Williams just in the back of that shot on row 2. So Willow, he had a little bit of a spill off in qualifying. Looked like he just asked a little bit too much of that front tyre on the exit of Hall Bends, and he took a little bit of a slide into the grass, but he's all okay. Blue and yellow handguards, which were throwing me off a little bit yesterday, but we are away they go. So it looked like a good launch there from Oliver Holmes from row 2, but just slotting in there behind teammate. But it is the 74 Chris Hodgson that's got the drag on these riders as they head up Coppice, and Alex Mullaney there slotting into second.
Riders banging on the handlebars as they were going down the start straight, and that's because with the start devices that they have on to hold the front to get them a launch, they do not drop, they do not disengage when they go into Coppice, because they're not braking until they get to here, and you cannot go through those first 2 corners with no front suspension. But it's Hodgson then from 0.7 of a second faster than everybody else this morning. Then it looks like it's the 94 High-Tech Coatings Husqvarna of Lee Williams.
It is, and it looks like the 7 of Jamie Duncan, he's been shuffled back now with Richard Sharp finding his way through up into 4th place on board his Trips UK KTM. So right out there, but this battle for the lead already hotting up with Alex Mullaney right in the wheel tracks there of that TM Leeds 450 of Chris Hodgson, and there you can see the other riders just making their way through Hall Bends and towards that woodland section of this Cadwell Park circuit here in Lincolnshire, but out onto the start finish. He's trying to get the slipstream there right against the wall.
Hodgie sending him the long way round. There's no speed differential here. Is Mullaney going to be fastest? He was here at a track day on Friday on his 600 apparently, and also put some laps in. Oh, he's up the inside through Charlie's 1. He's made the pass. Mullaney then takes the lead. He took victory yesterday. Is he going to run a bit deep into there? No, he's okay. And it's Willow, Sharp, Jamie Duncan making the pass on Sharp, Holmes, Blakeman, the rest of them coming through. 311 of Sayer as well. Hodgie down the inside, but there's no room. Oh, here they come. They're going to come down the hill into the bottom of the mountain. Hodgie's up the inside. Is he going to run wide? Yes, he does. Mullaney back through. This is what we've come to see.
Yep, although this is no longer a championship fight, it's not stopping these two from absolutely having it out on track. And Alex Mullaney with that knee style managing to keep that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna on rails round there. So next time we'll pick these riders up is back out onto that start finish, and who will come out in front? It is the 100 of Mullaney.
He's looking over his shoulder. It really doesn't need doing. You're in the front, you know where he is, and we come down the start finish straight. Hodgson has a look across, and he does have advantage. It's not much,
but it's enough for him to take the lead.
He's going to hold off this time. Mullaney is he's cut back underneath him again.
Yeah, what I will say was Alex Mullaney that actually led us across the line, so that's what matters at the end of this race.
Well, it does indeed. So Mullaney, I'll say, for still being the youngster, the first time that Chris Hodgson raced at this circuit as a supported rider, Alex Mullaney was not even born. So, and again, let's give props to Chris Hodgson, a 19-time champion, and as a result of that, there's always going to have to be somebody younger, faster and better looking.
Mullaney looking really fast out of that chicane there, he's pulled a couple of bike lengths of breathing room now on the 74 of Hodgson. We'll see if he's able to extend that now through this flick-flack section, and he did have a fastest lap last time. Both these two front riders breaking into the 113s with 113.1 from Mullaney, and we'll know that 450 TM of Chris Hodgson has got the power and the legs to be able to reel in Mullaney down the straight, but is he able to do it on this lap? So Mullaney leads us with 8 laps to go now in this Trips.UK British Supermoto Group A Race 1 here at Cadwell Park, and Mullaney now down 12s, as is Hodgson. Both these riders are about 2 seconds quicker than anyone else out on track right now.
Yeah, the battle for third is close with Duncan, Williams and Sharp all neck. And that's a mistake then. An overshoot then for Mullaney. Wait, there's the battle for third. So Duncan and Richard Sharp, the battle for second, third and fourth. They are starting to drop off. And that's Dean Hillier there in sixth. So a good performance for Dean Hillier on the Steve Hillier Racing Company Yamaha. He was really, really good yesterday. Led laps, which is unusual to see somebody other than Mullaney lead laps. But Dean Hillier led about 6 laps of our final yesterday.
So Duncan, he was the man that was shuffled back on the start, but he has fought his way back through up to third, where we saw him take 3 thirds yesterday in our National Championship day. Lee Williams also played his joker in one of those yesterday as well, but he's that, I believe, so far in this championship. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So down the straight, it is still the number 7 in third place. Then it is Richard Sharp trying to get a bit of a slipstream there on Williams, and he's looking up the inside of the High-Tex Coatings rider, but not able to slot that Trips KTM in there on that lap. Then relatively lonely there for Hillier. Then it's back to Richard Blakeman, who's found his way through on teammate Oliver Holmes in a battle for 7th with Chris Walker and Bradley Hardy there in the top 10.
So change for the lead then. Hodgie did lead across the line last time. We went back to have a look at that battle for second and third, potting up as well, but all of a sudden Hodgson has closed that gap. So that mistake that we saw on the previous lap from the number 100 has let Chris Hodgson back onto the back wheel, and here he is back in the lead. You can't look away for a second. Our camera crew's doing the best to follow the action, as we call it, but she was starting to drop off, and then all of a sudden, yeah, that battle for third then is still there. But the battle at the front then, Hodgson and Mullaney come onto the start-finish straight. Chris gets down behind the bars, and this is where we see Mullaney is fast through here, up through Coppice and Charlie's. The speed Hodgson, but I just think that the technique of Mullaney, is he up the inside again? He's just got the bike set up so he can get that bike turned, and he is round through the inside into Charlie's too.
It's another fastest lap there for the 74 of Chris Hodgson, now breaking just into the 1 minute 11s with a 1 minute 11.9 that lap. So he was giving it his all there on board that TM Leeds 450, chasing down now the youngster of Alex Mullaney. So into this chicane, really hard on the power, and it looks like Alex Mullaney gets a good drive out of there. Not as good as we've seen on previous laps, but enough to put just about a bike's distance between him and the 19-time champions that is Hodgson. Back through Hall Bends, and you can see the difference in riding styles there from Mullaney and Hodgson, with Mullaney opting to keep those feet on the pegs.
Yeah, knee-down style does make a difference around here at Coke. You can see the gap.
Yeah, that
gap
just...
back to third. We're not even picking them up. A bit right. Oh, we've got gone down. So that's someone for the 94. I'll look over the shoulder then from Mullaney, and he's moving across.
Yeah.
So with the slipstream, the TM has the straight line speed, but now he's going to send Hodgson's wide. He's going to be wide up into Charlie's, up into Coppice here, and I'm expecting Mullaney to drop down, go around the... Closed him down. So that's the first time that Chris Hodgson has stopped Alex Mullaney making that inside pass.
Yeah.
Oh, Hodgie runs a little bit wide.
So that crash there from Lee Williams, that demotes him out of 4th place. And like I said, that was a very similar crash to that one that we saw in qualifying up there. So just asking what looked to be a little bit much of that front tyre, and him going off into Hall Bends. But this battle at the front, Hodgson, like you say, able to keep Mullaney behind him around that really fast section of Charlie's 1 and 2. And but he's not able to break away from him through Hall Bends. Oh, it's a mistake from Hodgson. He loses the rear Bends, and he slides all the way to the barrier. So that looks like it might have been what Willow has just done. So whether there's an issue on that corner or it's just a mistake, that has gifted the 100 of Alex Mullaney the lead. So a look over the shoulder, and it's all clear. So he comes across the line with 4 laps remaining. 10-second advantage now over the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who's been gifted a second.
Is Chris Hodgson going to be able to remount? No, he's not. So, yeah, he's okay. Big thumbs up from Chris Hodgson, so that's good to see. But he's okay. Yeah, broken handlebars then. So we've not seen a set of broken 2 days, because obviously Harley Sharp doing the same thing. I'm not sure if we've got a replay of that Chris Hodgson incident, but I'm sure our guys up there in the booth will be doing their best to find that. So Alex Mullaney suddenly finds himself all alone at the race, and he will no doubt be enjoying. Well, he likes a battle. They like to race each other. They were teammates last year. He was. You can see the big black line as where Chris has lost that. So it looks to me like he was a little bit offline. If you look at where that black line is there, you can see. Oh, perfect. Black line, and it looks to me like Chris had just got the rear. If that is indeed the line that Chris left, he was a little bit offline there, and maybe just on the dirty part of the track and the rear end of that TM Leeds bike breaking free.
Yeah, so Lee Williams has managed to remount. He's slotted in, but he's 15th place, so he's chasing down the 666 of Darrell Pennington. I've just seen him go past out of our comms box window, so he is still racing round. So he was able to rejoin after his off in a very, very similar place. But there is our battle for what is now second place. So that's being led by the Scotsman Jamie Duncan on board his Fat and Fast. He said he's been having some machine issues for the last couple of races that he's attended, but got them all sorted now, and he's now back up and running at full speed. So managing to keep our over 45 championship leader Richard Sharp at bay on board his Trips UK 450, and Six Flag section, but Mullaney out in front now to the tune of just over 13 seconds. So I think that's a little bit more than breathing room. We could stop for a cup of tea.
That is a country mile. You could stop for a cuppa in the woods if you wanted. But that underlines the speed of our top two. They are absolutely on a rip. And whilst these guys are the rest by some considerable distance, we look back for the fourth place at Dean Hillier there in fourth, in front of Ollie Holmes, Richard Blakeman, Brad Hardy there in seventh, Chris Walker eighth, Mike Norbury ninth, and Jake Sayer inside the top 10 in the A group for I would say possibly the first time. Here comes Richard Sharp then on Strider, all over the back of the Scotsman as they make their way up through Coppice. So 2 to go. So has Sharpie got anything? Is he going to try and lay it around the outside of Duncan as they come into the cut through? I don't think Jamie's going to give him the room to do that, and he's nowhere near close enough anyway. Then just
he's definitely closer on this lap than he was on the last one. He's very much within biting distance now as they head through this flick flack section, but the Scotsman trying to make that Fat and Fast KTM as wide as possible now as they head back up towards the mountain, and he's got a slight bit of breathing. Just getting the better drive and making the apex there just as they head up over the mountain and head in towards Hall Bend. So this is seemingly the corner that's catching them out and catching out the best of the best, as it seems.
Yeah, just the temperature under the trees is not as high. The track is a little bit dirty, but it's an issue as far as what we would normally expect to see here at Cadwell Park. You can see the shadows of the bikes as they come down the straight, Danielle. There's a little bit of sunshine there, and we are still having this battle. There's your leader.
You're not going to believe it, Phil. So even though he's out there with a lead of 15 seconds now, do you know what? I'm going to have fastest lap as well. He's just done a 1 minute 12.649. So with no slipstream, no one to chase and help with his braking markers, and he's just gone out there and put in the fastest lap time of the session all on his own. So absolutely amazing there from the 100 of Alex Mullaney, who is leading us now on what is his race one for our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship A race, and into Hall Bends for the final time of asking this time round. And what a cracking ride.
Yeah, he's backing up his win from yesterday. He took victory here yesterday in the National Championship, and as a result of that, he's carried that speed through to race. And like I say, a mistake from Chris Hodgson as we look back then. Here we come, big wheelie down the straight. It's going to be from Mullaney. Here he goes. Well deserved. And he will take victory in race one of our Trips.UK British Supermoto A Group Championship. And here's the battle down, and it looks like Richard Sharp has made the pass. There he comes. Yes, Sharpie gets second from Jamie Duncan in third, so we didn't see where that happened. Doing the decent thing of following the leader across the line. Here's the battle for the rest of the leaderboard places. Hillier, Holmes and Blakeman across the line, 4th, 5th and 6th. 7th. And then it's going to be a decent gap back to Chris Walker. The gap's in this. It's really easy to lose the toe. So Walker and Norbury, and then another big gaggle of riders across the line. So Norbury, Forshore, Sayer, Burgess, Wells, Pennington, Lee Williams, Peter Bennett on the very, very aged but still fast and nice to listen to Aprilia. He will take 16th, and then obviously Chris Hodgson, a non-starter. There is the Chris Hodgson TM. Well, he will have to start from the back row of the grid in the next one, and not. And they will hopefully get that back. Lots of spares there for the TM UK guys to put that together. But it'll be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that incident, and just to see exactly what happened. These are the guys just rolling in then, and Danielle will be to talk to our first 3 in the Trips.UK British Championship Race 1, and they will come to the down into the holding area down here underneath our comms position at Cadwell Park. And like I say, that is where Hodgson took his spill, and it does go wrong really. Oh, there's Chris pushing back in then, and like I say, they will recover that bike. It looks like he lost the rear on the way into that. But he will push back, obviously uninjured. He gave us all the thumbs up, so that is good to see. Nothing worse than bailing off. He's already got the championship won, let's not forget, so he's racing for pride. He did not need to race Alex Mullaney, but they want to be the boys. There is the team owner, David A. Mastro, pushing back. Not very often we see snapped handlebars, but they do dig into the grass, and as a result, he's just pushing, making sure that that bike is not dropping any fluids. They will push it back in, I think. Right, we will throw it down to Danielle, Danielle is now down there. Race winner, 2nd and 3rd.
So in 3rd place in our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship Race 1, it was Jamie Duncan. It was a hard fought 3rd there. You were in 2nd for a little bit of that race. Where was it that Richard Sharp managed to get through? We didn't quite catch that.
Just going under up Charlie's one. He came underneath me. He gave me a bit of fright. It was legs off and everything. I wasn't expecting it, to be fair. I thought if I get the last lap in front of him going down the straight, I thought I should manage to keep behind him. But nah, just under he came. I kind of heard when Willow went, but when I heard him, he disappeared, and I thought I had a big enough gap. But nah, he gave my finger out.
Yeah, finger out for that second one. But no. It was really, really fast going up round Coppice and Charlie's 1 and 2. Oh, a B. And it looked like it was a little bit of slipstreaming as well, and he was sort of brave there, not shutting off. But it was Richard Sharp.
Hairy round there. I think I'll have to go and empty my knickers after that one.
So, any bike changes though?
No, just open that throttle a bit more.
Lovely. So we'll have a quick word with Richard Sharp. So a P2, but it was very much hard, and managing to sneak up the inside of the Scotsman.
Yeah, obviously 7th in qualifying, so I had a little bit to do. Had a good race, really enjoyed it, to be fair. I saw Willow start to lose a bit of oil, and I thought that's going to end badly, and obviously crashing all bends, but I think he's alright, just low-sided, so yeah. Let's put my head down. We're just a lap to go, so yeah, happy.
Yeah, we saw Willow sort of picking that up. Yeah, we saw Willow picking that bike up, but he was all right. He rejoined at the back, but a rider that didn't rejoin was Chris Hodgson, and that allowed this man here to take a very well-deserved race victory. You managed to stick in the fastest lap there on that second to last lap as well.
Yeah, it was nice to get the win. I was battling with Odgie at the start and he had a crash. I mean, hope he's alright, but yeah, just after he fell off, just checked out and brought it home. Got me double points in that one as well, so nice to get that in there and get it home. So.
Yeah, so you've saved that one. last here for the last round of the championship, but you've definitely made it worthwhile. Anything you're going to be changing now for race 2?
Yeah, best fix my quick shifter as that fell off on the first lap, so get that fixed and go again. Hopefully and have the same result.
Well, hopefully that's what we'll get to see, and we'll get to see more battles like that on track. From up to Phil now, as we've got our academy riders taking to the grid.
Cheers, Danielle. So that's the word from our top 3 then in our Trips.UK British Championship Race 1. And our academy riders lining up on the grid then. Off on our sight lap. Our Supermoto Academy brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That's the building company run by our former British champion from 2024, Jay Smith, who not here this weekend. Not raced much this year at all. And there's our front row then. It is the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski that will start from pole, with Edward Darnton, number 41, in second, and Rex Austin, a guy who had a decent day yesterday, in third. Will be on row 2 in front of the 5 of Archie Reynolds and the 37 of Byron Johnson. Row 3 will be Max Rhodes on the 58, Tyler Clark on the number 6, and Zach Richards on the 69. Then it will be Cole Reynolds, Taylor Davis and Rip Jennings on row 4. Row 5, Daisy Polden, Daniel Tanton and Josh Walker. Track obviously then for our academy classes, because there's just no point sending them around the long track because they'd fall asleep around the fast bits. But they put on some brilliant racing yesterday, and it'd be nice to see if Edward Darnton can get a hook into the back of Ski, because Gazlowski, as we saw in our C group race, was very, very quick. And we will see if he can manage that or not. Away from Edward Darnton. So here we are down on the grid. That's the 991. So that's a Metra kit, I think. There's about 1 million different mini GP road race bikes. There is the number 5. He's grown. These guys, they do, all of a sudden they seem to spring up. They spend a fortune on lovely leathers, and then they literally grow out of them in half a season. There's Tyler Clark, number 6. He's a guy, it's a KTM that he's done there. Tyler Clark then, he's a guy that has improved dramatically through this season as they lights change and away they go. Type bikes do not get off the line anywhere near as fast as the motocross derived mini bikes. So they're going to come down here and into the hairpin for the first time. It's Gazlowski that leads out with Darnton up the inside by the looks of it. Everybody safely through.
It's a big pinch point there at that really tight. For a few riders managing to squeeze through there yesterday, so I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that today. But it is Gazlowski that leads us now into Hull Bends, closely followed by the 41 of Ed Darnton. I think it was fair to say he had a little bit of an up and down day yesterday, so hopefully he's got all his crashes out of the way on his national day.
It was more down than up, wasn't it? Noticing that he was out on a bike, earlier on in the day, and he's back out on a small wheeled one. So obviously the changes there making a difference, because he definitely had a bigger wheeled bike as they come across the line. So Gazlowski then from Darnton with Rex Austin there in third, Darnton down the inside. He's going to have to be brave to get on the brakes.
But he is brave and dive to the inside there on Gazlowski. And we've still got riders jumbled up there in the mix. So it looks like Max Rhodes there just missing out there to Tyler Clark, who I think managed to sneak through on the hairpin there. But it's now Darnton that's leading us. And I think what you were saying about that big wheeled bike, the bike that they were all running at Mete in the juniors, so
that's their standard
they were all getting used to
issue bike. But I did see that out here today, so maybe he's got a wet bike, dry bike set up, I don't know, and he's got them one set one way and one set the other. So here they come down out of barn, and as Gazlowski got a straight line advantage, he looks over the wrong shoulder, does Darnton, and so
there you are.
They're having a conversation going down the straight. And the thing is, as you can attest to as well, when you're going down the straight here, you do not feel like you are that you're really moving. Oh, nice move from the 79. So that's Jackson Bennett down the inside of Archie Reynolds for third position.
We've got a retirement there, just a bite length against the wall on the inside. But like you say, cracking move from Jackson Bennett, who managed a 6th place at Superbiker in the juniors class.
Yeah, he was good there, wasn't he?
Really, really impressive.
All of our lads proving that you can go over there and make an impression. And it certainly gives them a little bit of something to aim for the following season. There's race wins up for grabs there for sure, because the European Championship boys are not much faster. Here they come out of barn, and it is going to be Kozlowski that's going to lead across the line this time. But the slipstream is everything.
Yeah, it definitely showed that the talent that we're nurturing here in the British Supermoto Championship was comparable to that we're seeing over in Europe. But another dive to the inside by Darnton there, who's our current Academy Championship leader. He did, however, finish second at Teesside last time out, as the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on screen there, chasing down Bennett, played his joker in, I believe it was race 2. So although Darnton took the wins, it was Reynolds taking the overall, so out jokering him there.
Yeah, it means that one race scores for double points, which it's one of those things that if it pays off, you're great. If you end up on the floor, you've got double nothing.
Yeah, that was what Alex Mullaney was just referring to there when we were having a quick post-race chat. He's played his joker in that round, so it couldn't have really gone any better for Mullaney in that one.
But said that a little bit too little too late, because Hodgie has already wrapped up the championship. So here we go again. So not able to get the pass done, but he cuts underneath. You see, that's a lovely pass. That's a nice bit of racecraft there from the 41, but Kozlowski pokes it down the inside there, coming up against traffic, and this is it, inside and outside. Oh, that was tight at the top of the hill. Kozlowski's going to get the run into Hall Bends.
Yeah,
they'll be enjoying this. I'm sure the parents won't be.
That was actually Oliver Mullaney, so younger brother to Alex, out there in our academy class. So he's out there giving it a go as well. So chasing down those footsteps of slightly faster older brother Alex, but he's still out there racing around this weekend. And it's worth saying, so Sebastian Kozlowski, not a rider we've seen for the entirety of this championship. So,
that was who led across the line then, according to live timing?
Oh, so it was Kozlowski by 0.032 of a second.
So this is where the important thing comes. Who is going to get across the line first? It doesn't matter who leads out of barn, you've got to lead across the line. It doesn't matter who leads into the hairpin, it's who leads across the line that matters. And importantly, again, if we have a red flag in any of these races, and we take it back a lap, leading across the line as often as possible is never a bad thing. And we have seen that, again, in some of the other races where the smaller bikes are getting outgunned, as long as they lead across the line, it doesn't matter that they're 20 bike lengths down by the time they get to Coppice. This time, however, it does look like the 41 of Darnton has enough of an advantage for Kozlowski not to overtake him. Is he going to do him on the brakes? I think he is.
Yep, so it was Darnton that led there to the tune of 0.2 of a second, but Kozlowski dives down on the brakes, and Darnton trying to look for the cutback, but not quite close enough on that occasion to be able to try and stick it round the outside of Kozlowski on that gas. So both these guys looking fairly evenly matched here as they now head towards us in Hall Bends, and both of them with that very, very similar neat out road racing style. And,
interesting to see though, Edward Darnton, he's not a big lad, and Kozlowski looks an absolute dot in comparison. But
he does. It is Kozlowski that currently holds the fastest lap of this session with a 49.513, and he does lead us over the line as we now have 7 laps remaining on this one. And Darnton again looking down the inside, just able to squeeze in there, and I think that might actually be a Yamaha by the looks of those side number boards. So I know we weren't sure yesterday if it was one of the Husqvarna KTM gas genre, but it actually looks like it could be
it's definitely a KTM Husky now. He was on Yamahas when he was on a 65 for a long time.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, we can argue the toss with that, but I don't think it's a Yamaha, just because I don't. But then again, as we know, in these instances, it's usually me that is incorrect. But it just doesn't look like a Yam to me. They both look almost identical, because the gas and the Husky are. Kozlowski moves over a little. Darnton is going to try the cut back, and again he does, and I'll show him the side of the track, and he does. So again, just going one way and then the other. Yeah, and this time it's a few bike lengths lead as they wheelie over the top of the mountain. Like I say, we were saying earlier on, some fantastic photographs then through that section of the circuit, and also through here. And if you've been in the cafe, you will have seen that there's some brilliant photographs on the wall through the years showing how this track has developed.
So at that battle for third place, Archie Reynolds has retaken that third position from Jackson Bennett. And it's still a battle going on there as well. But we've got a new fastest lap. That's from Darnton with a 48.874. So the only rider to break through into those 48 seconds. But that's not going to stop Kozlowski. He's stuffing it up the inside of him.
Yeah, he did. So Darnton there's the battle for second and third. So Reynolds
back up the inside as well.
They're all about the traffic. And that time Darnton was just a little bit too circumspect into the hairpin. And Kozlowski just... did not give any, and he just went down the inside. But again, you've always got a braking marker. We saw this in one of the other races earlier on, where our race leader suddenly found himself without a braking marker and outbraked himself at the end of the straight. And there's the gap back to third, and it's a long way back. There's the race leaders. Oh, big, wow, high, wide and handsome line from Jackson Bennett down the straight. Here comes Archie Reynolds. So Reynolds looks across.
Both these riders trying to get as much as they can out of those little 85cc two-stroke engines. And just coming up on back markers, that's the 455 of Josh Walker. So another rider that's come from an off-road background. It doesn't seem this circuit suiting him as much as some others that we've seen him race at, such as Teesside with that bigger off-road section.
Yeah, he's also out on what was his motocross bike as well. They had a problem with the Supermoto bike at some point yesterday, I think, and he swapped bikes. They were swapping wheels over this morning when I was doing my normal paddock walk to see who's doing what. And one of the multiple jobs in that trip's tent, as well as putting new handlebars on getting Harley Sharp's bike squared away, was swapping the wheels over onto the number 455's bike. So that will explain why that maybe is not where we would expect him to be. But here's the battle for third. Kozlowski led across the line. It's 7 seconds back to these guys.
Oh, and a little bit of a moment there from Reynolds on the front, but managing to save it.
He almost went down there. That was he did not know how close he was to a crash. Then the front had started to patter. Here's the race leaders, and it's still Darnton that leads them into the hairpin. Like I say, we can't really get a camera down there because we'd only be able to show you about 100 yards of track. Now we're having to cover the far side of the circuit as well. Not the easiest of jobs. Here they come on to the start-finish straight, and it is the 41 on the white bike who is going to lead across the line. Who led across the line that time? It was a fastest lap for whoever it was.
It was Darnton, and it was a 48.874. So with 2 laps remaining, they will be seeing the last lap flag on the next passing, with Kozlowski now taking the lead again.
See, how can he get past on the line having done the fastest lap? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because Kozlowski obviously didn't do the fastest lap because Darnton got the fastest lap, and yet...
No. So Darnton led across the line, but Kozlowski just got him there just on the brake. So
yeah, but he passed him. He passed him as they went across the start-finish line.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go then. It's going to be 1 to go. Last lap flag is going to be out.
Yep, it is. So there is the last lap flag being shown, and is Darnton close enough to be able to do a dive on the brakes? It looks like he's going to give it a good go, and there he is, up the inside of the number 64, he runs a little bit wide, but he's able to keep Kozlowski. Shut the door on him.
Yeah, he did. That's all fair in love and war. It's for a race win. Let's not forget. So this is on Kozlowski now. Has he got? Oh, we're going to catch a slower rider in. So whoever's brave enough around the outside, they're both brave around the outside.
Yeah.
There was no way. So Kozlowski's got to fire it down the inside, and we're not going to see that. All we're going to see is whoever comes out of barn in front.
Yeah, waiting with bated breath.
It may be none.
So is it the white? It is. It's Darnton.
Kozlowski's going to get this on the run to the line without a doubt.
Oh, it's so close, and Darnton knows he's been had.
Oh, he's been done half a bike length in it. Kozlowski then getting the slipstream out of, and these guys are motoring on. It's like 75 mile an hour down the straight.
Yep,
these guys are motoring on.
It was fastest lap awarded to Darnton, but he was beaten across the line by 0.102 of a second, so just over a tenth separated those riders as they came across the line. Third place is awarded to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds after his battle with Jackson Bennett, who ended up in 5th, with Rex Austin, I believe, on that Mini GP bike, slotting into 4th place there, making a bit of a comeback after his struggle on the start. Max Rhodes is awarded with 6th place, with Zach Richards on board that TM in 7th, and then Byron Johnson coming across the line in 8th place. 9th place is TM Automotive Solutions rider Cole Reynolds, and rounding out our top 10 is the number 6 of Tyler Clark.
Well, that was an exciting race.
I think it was. It was.
You can't ask for any more than that. It was a half wheeler at the end, and it was Gosłowski that took the win from Edward Darnton, who knew he'd. And there's nothing worse than that. We did see it in one of our races yesterday, where there's a guy on a mini bike whose name escapes me as always. He had a 30-yard lead coming out of the last corner and got outrun by a 450 in the last 10 or 15 metres. But that was still a good race. Yeah. Handshakes all round then. So there is Sebastian Gosłowski, the 41 of Archie Reynolds. The 5 of Archie Reynolds and the 41 of Ed Darnton. And they obviously, none of them have... oh, yes, they can. They're going to move their bikes around.
Just having a little look at that bike of Darnton, the number 41 there. So he's having to settle for second on this one, on board his DC racing machine there. So is he going to lift the bike up on his own? Oh, yeah, there we go, all sorted. And these guys get their little moment on the podium, and I
wish they take their helmet off so we could see what they all look like. So
we can see Archie.
Yeah,
Archie's taking his off.
You
just want to see what Sebastian looks like. Yeah.
But there's Archie, and he's suddenly turning into a young man, and he will be no doubt out on it. I would expect that he might be on a 250 next year. I'm not sure whether...
He was trying. He started... I think the agreement was, well, if you can sort of pick it up and throw it about yourself, he could. So when they came over to support the guys in the Czech Republic, he was throwing bikes around like it was nobody's business.
Now, there he is. Yeah, I've seen him. Now, I know he is now. But when they all walk around with their civvies on, you don't know who they are. But a great victory then for Sebastian Gosłowski. He's taken that, just pipping Ed Darnton on the line. A brilliant race, you guys. Thank you very much for that. And Archie Reynolds there in third. He had a great battle with Jackson Bennett, and he takes third in our Academy class, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. So a brilliant one from those boys. We are now going to take, I think, a short break from our broadcast, and we will be back with the second half of our day's action. Looking at our timing thing, let's just see when we're going to be back. I think we're going to be probably around 45 minutes at a guess. So keep your eyes on the live stream ticker, and we will be back with the second group of races after lunch, which will start with Supermoto Race 2, which I think is scheduled to start around 2 o'clock. What time are we on now, Danielle?
It is 2 minutes past 1, so
right, so we're going to be almost an hour, and we will be back with the second group of races here at Cadwell Park from the final round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship for 2025. We will see you all shortly.
think they are. Never little wanna be gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Never little wanna be gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back, everybody, to Cadwell Park here in Lincolnshire for the second round of races here at the final round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. And as we expected earlier on in the day, the weather that we enjoyed this morning and enjoyed well has now changed. Well, it's as Guy Martin would say, it's a lambing shower here at Cadwell Park, but it is very much a sudden, I wouldn't say a sudden downpour, but as we came back from the paddock, it was starting to mizzle. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube and our website for everything to do with the British Supermoto Championship at BritishSupermotoChampionship.com. You can see our course car then, and we're just out currently sorting out a few bits and bobs. We've just finished our Superlight race. And I think that what we're going to see is that we're just going to be trying to get the races in now before we run out of daylight. We're still kind of not a million miles away on time, but the weather has made a few little bits of changes. We need to get our cameras all waterproof and so on and so forth, and keep our cameramen dry. C Group then will be next out on circuit. It has been declared a wet race by race director David Dearden, so they will no doubt be frantically changing wheels and tyres in the pits. Whilst we were busy messaging the people that we knew in the paddock that it was raining down the far end of the circuit, we are very much looking out now onto what is a Grade A, and we'll bring you the next race, which is the British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions. That's the company of Jamie Duncan and his dad Rab up there in Cooper in Fife, who make some of the nicest aerospace components in the world, and also the pinned range of mountain bike kit as well. You can see 4 miles an hour wind. There's not really much of a... The rain is just falling from the sky. It's just a very, very lightweight, fine rain that soaks you through. 11 degrees and very cloudy. Yes, it is. We've been blessed. We've had a day and a half of perfect conditions, but now we're in a full wet condition track, which, from my point of view, is what it needs to be. Our Supermoto C race will be on pole position, Sebastian Gazlowski, then from Lee Room with Jason Slater on the 51 rounding out the front row, and then it will be the Trips.UK the Bathmate Husqvarna of the 159 of Jason Laycock. Then it will be Nigel Wells on the 951 and Philip Rigg on the 85, Tom Nutter on the 19, Jake Smith on the 56 and Byron Johnson on the 37. Then on the fourth row, Dean Clark number 6, Stephen Haig number 77, Jason Ramshaw on the 44X. And row 5, Keith Jackson, the legend that is on the 99 championship winning CCM, the bike that he took to a championship win 25 years ago. He will start from the front of row 5 with Louis Smith and Max Rhodes rounding out row 5. Rain is starting to fall quite heavy now, so we will have a full wet track. We've been quite blessed the fact that the track staff here have been really good at getting all the leaves and everything off under the trees. But this now will be a different day out for all of our classes, our A, B and C group. There will be people who will be back there in the pits, rubbing their hands with glee, no doubt, at the prospect of a wet 2 races here at Cadwell Park. I would have been one of them under normal circumstances. I like me a bit of rain round here. So it will be a case of how fast can you go in the wet? Where is the grip level at? And finding that out is going to be, well, it's a case of let somebody else lead is the way that I would put it. But we're just waiting then for our C Group riders to come into the pit lane, and we will be underway with the race. You can see not really much in the way of leaf debris. That is where Chris Hodgson went down in race 1 of our A Group races and snapped the bars off that factory TSV TM in the process. That was the only damage, and I'm sure that they will get that bike sorted out for him to come out for the second race of the day a little bit later on. I know that he will be obviously starting from the back of the grid, but I think he will still fancy himself, certainly in the wet conditions, to be able to make a good chunk of progress on the opening laps. and a few camera covers being run around the place. Like I say, it's not. We have had some wet races the tail end of this year, but normally we are well prepared for them, and we're just getting a few camera covers on. As Rachel's just there walking across the track, one of our TNL Sports crew. I think that's a camera cover that is going to go around. Possibly the far end of the circuit. I'm not sure. I think she's probably going to have to drive that around. Again, one of the joys of this Cadwell Park circuit, we are in the centre, so we're doing all of our broadcast work from the centre of the circuit, and we have to fit in with the track closures when they run the British Superbikes here. It is very much an operation of military precision to have all of the factory teams down here in the pits, whilst the rest of the paddock is up there on the other side of the circuit. So we will hopefully be getting C Group into the holding area very, very shortly if they are not there already. I'm just looking at my at the WhatsApp updates to see what is going on. But it has been declared a wet race, which is no surprise to anybody. Danielle just been out doing a little bit of research, finding out what's going on for us. Danielle, what's the scores on the doors out there at the moment? I
think you've summed it up quite nicely, Phil. It's definitely a wet race now. The rain is definitely settling in now for the day. And they were just giving the riders an extra sort of 5-10 minutes just to get wet swapped over. So this will be the first wet race we've seen so far for the weekend here at Cadwell Park. And it will be our C Group riders that are going to have to face it first, unfortunately. But we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? I
will expect that there's going to be quite a few people that are going to decide that they've had enough. That maybe the end of season has been brought to a premature end. I like getting out here in the rain. It's good if you've got a decent set of wets on, and there'll be people out there who will be completely the opposite.
It's a bit of me.
Yeah.
I like racing in the wet. It's a little bit of me.
We will see, and I think that, like I say, the conversation that we certainly had earlier on, and there we have the first of our riders. There's no wet tyres there. They are treaded. Yeah. Philip Rigg looks like he's on slick, so it has been declared a wet race.
That's strange because I've just seen him up at the top, so he's actually parked next to Fat and Fast. And they did say, look, we'll give you a hand, get you some wets in. So he's definitely got a wet in the front there.
Yeah, wet in the front for Philip Rigg.
Yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see. Wait for the riders to make their way down. We can't give them too much time because we do have to get cracking. But, yeah, it's one of them. I quite like racing in the wet here. I have done before, and I don't know if you remember the years where we had it with torrential rain and we had like water running across the start finish here.
Yeah.
I ended up having a big old tank slapper down there, lock to lock on the bars. It was more good luck than good management staying on, but whew. And that was when we were even running the shorter circuit on the Saturday, and actually turning just after the bridge where our mini bike riders are running today.
It may be that that might be a decision that gets made for the last group of races, that we might run the short circuit if the conditions dictate, but that will be down to our race director. But there we see.
That was a wave there, so that's the number 59. Just having a quick look at our timing. So he looks like he's in 10th place, but that's definitely not Dean Clark.
It's not Dean Clark, is he?
Yeah. Who's next to Byron? The number 56 should be Jake Smith, but yeah, we'll see.
We'll see when they come out onto grid, but hopefully in the next couple of minutes we will get our secret riders down there. Yeah, so let's say we saw the times drop off drastically in our Superlight race before.
That's Ashley Powell, so he's actually meant to be starting from the back of the grid on this one. It doesn't look like he qualified, so he's just decided to go out there for a bit of fun.
Fair enough, and just like that he moves.
Yeah, so
paddock announcement. That does sound like Robin, the man who organises and gets everybody sorted out, putting out the final call for all of our C Group riders to come down there. There's a 64 of Gazlowski. He's the man that's going to be starting from pole. And obviously he's got to ride, and a few more guys coming in.
Yep, there is Lee Room, so just double checking his grid position for this one. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the 85s fare in this one, because realistically this rain will lower those top speeds, and it might actually make it a little bit easier for them to tag on with these 450s.
Yeah, there's Jason Laycock on the 159, the Bathmate KTM. So he is in there in his 4th position. There is Jason Slater in 3rd. So the first few rows, at least, have come out to play.
Yeah.
Well, I've just heard a whistle blow, which tells me that they're going to be letting them down from the Parc Fermé very, very shortly. And obviously you can see that slick tyres no longer the de rigueur on the front of those bikes. The block-treaded Michelin and Metzeler's rain tyres now being...
which you actually get so much grip.
Yes,
So
the transition from
They
going
do really
from
work.
dry to wet is where it gets slippy. But once the track is fully wet, the amount of grip that can be garnered from these wet tyres is nobody's business. So they do make their way off onto the sight lap, and they will get the sight lap because obviously it will give them a chance to see what the grip levels are. And I think we're probably going to have a dozen riders in this one. Although actually no, there's a few more coming out. Last few on the track. But there's obviously a lot of guys who've gone, do you know what, I'm done.
That's Ruby Booth.
Yeah, Ruby Booth on the 300. So she's, again, she's somebody she's been really quick on the 85 through the season and just finding her feet moving up onto the bigger bike. Her dad has done really well on that.
We're missing some of our academy riders that are normally doing double duty, so I didn't see Tyler Clark make his way out onto the circuit. I'm just looking out the window over your shoulder, Phil, just to see if there are any last minute stragglers that do come out.
I would think that they're just going to not risk running the long circuit in the wet. Obviously they're geared up and set up for running the short circuit.
We've got a couple, so we have got 2 more riders just making their way out. Not quite sure on the numbers of those because they are at the top of the hill.
Right, the 44 is one of them, and the other one I think is...
that's Jason Ramshaw, and that was a KTM that he was on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the other one was. But yeah, so these wet tyres will be obviously... Everybody be a bit... Now, this is the bit of the track that I am expecting to be entertaining in inverted commas, because where they come through there, that is paint.
Yeah.
There is green paint there. That is the ambulance road, and where you come down Mansfield, it's just painted green. So
the exit here
Jason
as
Slater,
well.
I'm just hoping that he doesn't Slaterise himself on the first lap.
The exit of that chicane as well can be quite tricky, so actually getting the power on, we've seen a few riders lose the rear there or try and spit them off.
Get on the white line as well, so it is going to be slowly catchy monkey slow, so to speak, for the first few laps of this one, until everybody gets a feel of how much grip they have or don't have. And historically, you will always have somebody who will ride like they've forgotten it's wet and just put in exactly the same lap time. We used to have a
Simon Burgess.
Yeah,
it was Simon Burgess.
Yeah, we used to have a guy in Germany who actually got on the podium in a wet race doing exactly the same time as he did in the dry the day before. And we just like, well, you can ride that fast in the wet.
Go faster in the
dry. And he just didn't do
That's
it.
That's me.
But again, that is it. Some riders just have that feel for where the grip level is. And how much effort they want to put into finding out where the limit is.
I have to say, some of my best races that I've had, one was at Rockingham, and not only was it wet, there was actual hailstones coming down, and cracking race. I was only on my 350, so that frame that Ruby's on, and I was going round the outside of 450s, and my lap time in the race would have put me at the back of the A's. I was well chuffed. So
because Lancey's got a black visor on, I have absolutely no idea how he can see where he's going. And
he just wants to look cool.
Yeah, he looks wants to. There's the 111 of Lee Room, and then somebody got to Philip Rigg then just ended up in the wrong place. They're just having a bit of a think. Jason Slater there in third, just warming the rear tyre up.
So definitely a depleted grid for our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 2. And we'll wait and see, get these riders off and on their way very, very shortly. Just shimmying them up a little bit.
Another one from the back of the grid. But let's say, look, there's a lot of people who've had a really, really good season, and it's look, I've got no problem with people going, do you know what, I'm fine, I've had enough. That looks like that is the 200, I think, unless my eyes are failing me.
That might be a 77.
Yes, the 200 are very similar.
Haig,
yes.
And then Jason Ramshaw. So.
Right, green flag then. Here we go then, the first of our wet races here at Cadwell Contract Solutions C Group Race 2 is underway. Kozlowski's got the start. He'll look across and see Jason Slater disappear into Coppice. And I've got to be honest, if I was in this one, I wouldn't want to be leading up there. But everybody really, really trepid through there. We'll see what the what the conditions, full spray. The guys, if the guys watching there in the paddock, you can see it's now a full wet track. There's definitely, obviously Jamie Duncan will have a slick in the back without a shadow of a doubt. But here's Slater. Then you notice he runs really wide round the outside of the racing line there. And that's because there is going to be less rubber on the circuit and therefore more grip. So Slater comes down through the ambulance road. He will just make... It's all about no sudden movements now, no snatching at the brake. Just a nice, gentle, down through the gears, staying off the overbanding, roll the throttle on really gently. So there we go. It's Laycock there in second at the moment, and it looks like Lee Room in third.
Yeah, so as we'd sort of expect to see, Jason Slater eking out a early advantage in this one, and on his Trips UK KTM, and like you say, Jason Laycock there in second. Now this is the corner that we've seen catching riders out today, and speaking to Chris Hodgson in the break, we actually had a quick look back at the live stream, and he says he can see what looks to be there was maybe something on the track. He feels he caught his rear wheel on it. He said it was a bit of a weird one.
We did hear from our when you did the interviews, Richard Sharp did say that he thought Lee Williams was dropping oil. So
spoke to Lee Williams.
Yeah.
So all the bikes in that top group, I think these high speeds are causing them to sort of fire oil out of the breathers.
Right, okay.
Richard Sharp said he had to top his up yesterday with some oil after yesterday, and Lee Williams is having the same issue. So they are trying to combat that, but what was on the track itself looked a lot more excessive than that. So we're not really sure. It's a little bit of a weird one, but it was sort of that line that you'd pointed out, Phil, where he'd skidded before he hits it. There's like a shiny little bit before it.
Well, anyway, I'm assuming that Chris is going to be out for race 2. Obviously, not much damage. It was a set of handlebars which should not take too long. Did see that those bikes are advertised for sale, so double championship winning bikes available for anybody out there who fancies coming and having a go on top level equipment. As we look at Sebastian Gazlowski, who is certainly not on top level equipment. It is a very good 85, but again, he is not able to make the most of his advantage of speed through the corners because he is an absolute dot of a thing. I don't think that he is on full racing wets either. I think he's on the treaded slicks that they tend to run rain or shine on those bikes, but he cannot carry the corner speed that he is normally able to do so. Which is what kept him at the sharp end of this class. He was almost up into the B group last time, finished third. But Slater led across the line on the Trips.UK KTM. And here he comes as a look over his shoulder. Pulls a roll off down the straight, and he has almost the length of the straight. So Jason Laycock then second on the Bathmate KTM. And then it is Tom Nutter. Then it's Gazlowski, then Philip Rigg. Now is Gazlowski. As we watch, I think that is Nutter going up through. It is Nutter going up through Coppice into Charlie's. But this is where Slater is running wide round here, and he's just carrying a lot more corner speed. There's way more grip than these guys. I mean, if you see the British Superbikes around here, they've just got double knee sliders on, and they've still got the knee down all the way round. But
I think it's one of these, they're going to have to treat it like a practice session. If it had been raining since 8 o'clock yesterday morning, we'd be seeing a lot faster speeds, and that's fair to say.
Everybody would be dialed into the circuit without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to fall off.
It's hard getting your head around going fast in the wet as well, because it is a fast circuit, and trying to get your head around that you do have that grip. I can understand where they're coming from with the C group riders. They are a lot less experienced than some of our other groups, but end of the day, they're out there. It's a little bit of a shame to see a slightly diminished group with 11 bikes on track at the moment, but I'm sure the other riders in the other classes will be trying to watch this one and sort of keep an eye out if there's any areas that are causing them any issues, which so far there don't seem to be. No,
we've as we spoke about yesterday, the lack of leaves on the circuit down to the obviously the prep of the brilliant MSV staff here at Motorsport Vision people here at Cadwell Park. As Slater absolutely goes. Oh, we've got somebody off in Hall Bends. Not sure who that was. That
looked like the KTM of Stephen Haig. So he was sitting in 7th.
So he's obviously found the limit of adhesion. Yeah, but the track prep here, and we haven't had wet leaves on the circuit. They blew the circuit dry this morning. Well, they blew the circuit clean this morning of the dry leaves. But now what we will be getting is we'll be getting leaves falling on the circuit. They will be wet and they will be sticking to the circuit. 10 seconds then Jason Slater leads by, so he'll go up, assuming he doesn't have any kind of issues. He will go up into the back of the Bs with Jason Laycock, a man, like I say, he's a new rider to the paddock, came and did a few races at the tail end of 2024. I believe he is the brother-in-law of Kyle Eccleston, so keeping it in the family. Or see a little bit, just a tiny little bit of a moment there as he just picked the throttle up in the middle of the turn. The rear just let go. He caught it nicely, but what tends to happen in these conditions is there's whatever happens, there's no warning. Sometimes in the dry you can get, oh yeah, it's a bit of a slide and I can catch it. But in the wet, sometimes once it's gone more than an inch or two, it's really, really difficult to catch it back up again.
So Jason Slater is currently out in front with an advantage of just over 10 seconds on that last lap. So we'll see if he's able to extend that now. He's starting to look a lot more comfortable out on circuit, and he definitely has improved on that. Jason Laycock there on your screen, and just coming over the start finish. His lap time's about 3 seconds off the pace of Slater, but he has improved on his own personal best lap time with a 1:34.0. But Slater extending his lead out now to 12.4 seconds as they head up around that far end of the circuit.
Yuzlowski's under pressure from Rigg at the end of the straight. But and we'll see them coming into view in the background maybe. But there is our second place man, Jason Laycock. And like I say, on the brakes, gently into that chicane. Very, very... I think there's probably only about 6 or 8 feet of green paint. As we look at our race leader then on the Trips.uk KTM. A man who proposed to his wife in the his wife to be in the paddock yesterday. Always a man who likes to be at the centre of... I won't say centre of attention, but centre of the action. And it was a really nice moment. And a bit of a moment there. If he falls off with a 12-second lead, he knows I'm going to slaughter him, bless him.
I think the entire Trips team would probably rinse him for that one.
But he's going to be able to go back and feed back to him where the grip is, where the grip isn't. I mean, this is... we all have riders that we will go in the lower groups, and obviously I'm one of them guys in the lower groups now when I ride, but we know where the fast riders are going to be going and what kind of stuff, and you can give them a little bit of feedback. Oh, it's really slippy into this corner, that corner's fine, this looks wet but it's loads of grip, and it certainly helps give riders a little bit of confidence to go, well he said that bit's okay, and it's kind of a level of trust that you do build up with riders in other groups. Certainly people seeing if they've come back in to see Slater not quite as wide there, but just checking tyre temperatures and things like that just gives feedback. But having said that, we've got quite a few guys from the Trips crew not out there this afternoon. Prof Chris Lambourne, he is not riding. I think he had prior engagement today and he was never going to be doing the final day of this championship. Paul Groom, he's nursing an injury and he's decided against it today. And Simon Bentley only usually rides on a Saturday anyway, so he will have tickled away to back to Nottinghamshire after
so looking at our timing screen, Sebastian Gazlowski is tumbling down the order.
I saw a rider at the top end of the track. He is actually standing against the tyre wall by the ambulance loop, and I did catch him as I was talking about Slater going through there. Wasn't sure that it was him. But he's currently showing as 8th, but I think he's further back than that because none of the rest of them have come through. A lot of other riders, although Dean Clark, Keith Jackson, all those all non-starters. So he went down or had an issue at the far end of the circuit. As we look at our race leader then coming across the line, I think that is the last lap flag has just gone out for our race leader Jason Slater, who will have, I would say, probably a 15-second advantage now as he goes up into Coppice.
So he's just coming up there on what looks to be, I think that is the 77 of Stephen Haig.
He's the man that went down in all bends, so he's remounted.
Yeah, so at least he's back up and out there, but Slater just pootling around the outside there and then on the brakes and gently does it down through the skate road.
You just saw him stood by the side of the track.
He almost blends in.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, he looks like a bit of tyre wall. Whether it's a machine issue or not, hopefully they will get that bike recovered and he'll have another shot at it. Again, he will have to start from the back of the grid, of course. We've still got one more of these to go, so I don't know how many we're going to get out there for the final C Group race of the day, because this is obviously race 2.
Yeah, but this is the final passing of this Cadwell Park circuit, and a long look over to the side there from Jason Slater as he comes into Hall Bends for the final time of asking in this Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 2. And like you said, Phil, it is the first wet race of the day today, so yeah, it looks like it's definitely settled in now for the remainder of the afternoon, unfortunately.
And the thing is, you've got to push to get the tyres warm, but you've got to be able to get the grip to get the tyres warm. A lot of spray there. But it will be a race win then for Jason Slater on the Trips.uk KTM. He will no doubt go back to the paddock. I'm not sure whether we're going to do the top three down there in this one. Get them back and get them nice and warm and dry. Second place then should be Jason Laycock.
I suppose one thing though, Phil, at least it's not that in between horrible greasy, is it, isn't it? It is properly wet.
It's properly wet.
It's put
exactly
some rain down. It's still raining. It's what we want. So
neither one thing nor the other is always awkward. It's always a gamble. It always feels like whatever you do, you've done wrong. So Slater wins from Laycock with Tom Nutter third, Philip Rigg fourth, and then Lee Room, the number 44 of name escapes me at the moment because I can't see the screen.
Jason Ramshaw.
Jason Ramshaw. And the rest of them coming through. Only going to be 8 or 9 or 10 finishers in this one.
Yeah, it's looking like if you were in the top 10, you were out there.
Yes.
So coming up next, it will be that Race IQ B group. So hopefully we'll see a few more riders on track.
Yes. Hat tip to everybody who took to the track for that one. Very, very difficult conditions, and Jason Slater showing what can be done. It'll be interesting to see what his lap time fares. What was the fastest lap of the race there, Danielle?
It was set by Jason Slater, and it was a 1 minute 30.857. 1:30, which in comparison to Alex Mullaney's fastest dry lap this morning, that was a 1:12.
So 18 seconds a lap off the pace. That sounds an awful thing to say. So I would say at least 10 or 12 seconds of that is the weather. So we will see what times these guys in the B group run, and it will give us an indication as to what the weather conditions are really like out there with regards to grip. Just on 3 o'clock now as we wait for our B group race brought to you by Race IQ to come to the line. We've got obviously they will have had plenty of time to get their tyres changed, so they should be in the box and ready to go, because that's just how it works.
I've just watched, I think that was the rider that finished second. He's just overshot where you turn into the pit lane to come down and get your picture taken here with the podium. And he didn't dare cut across the grass, put it that way.
No, it's just a big U-turn.
Yeah, big U-turn.
Oh, well, good that they are down here, and Alice is down here with the camera, I think. There she is. Yeah, there's Jason Slater on picture. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to what's on screen. Jason Slater looking very cold. We'll try and give him a wave.
Very confused.
So I don't know whether he can hear us over the PA, but Slate then, the man, like I say, who proposed to his girlfriend in front of the cafe yesterday. Seems a random thing. It was her dad's favourite track, apparently, so that was why he chose to do it here. And a man that we saw he was in the A group yesterday, so had a tumble yesterday. He's there he is. You wouldn't argue with him in a dark alley, would you?
And
but one of the nicest guys that you could wish to meet, and kind of the salt of the earth type of guy in this paddock there is the 1:59 of Jason Laycock and the 19 of Tom Nutter. That is your podium for our C group, brought to you by Contract Solutions, and they will all share stories about how much fun that was or wasn't. And
there's always that, I had a moment here, or I had a moment there. There's always that.
And it's always a better conversation to have when there's been no contact as well. So our B group riders then next out on circuit for our Race IQ Supermoto B British Championship Race 2. I say 11 degrees, very cloudy. It does look like the rain is not really falling in any kind of urgency at the minute.
Yeah, it's not too bad at the minute.
Craig Louth, then the man doing the lights over there for us. So Carl Eccleston will start this one from pole. He was the guy that led briefly, or led a few times in the earlier laps of race 1, but was overhauled. So he ended up finishing third and starts from pole in this Supermoto B from Chris Eastwood and Blaine Pearson. with Rich Jennings, Jamie Wigglesworth and Paul Reynolds on row 2. Then it's row 3, the 162 of Ian Rogerson, the 99 of Andy Hayes, the 9 of Lee Diggard, and then row 4, the 10 of Tommy Sayer, the 11 of Sean Jones, he's been going well this weekend, the 12th is the 117 of Dave Spafford on the Honda, then Dax Almond, the 150 of Liam Pearson, and 15th the 856 of Lily Rhodes, who also rode well yesterday in the dry conditions. I can't remember what she's like in the rain. But
she's a smooth rider.
She is a very
smooth rider. So I don't think this will unsettle her too much.
No, it won't phase her. But she's obviously it's a competitive field, and obviously as it stands at the moment, Eccleston and Eastwood, the favourites to go up out of this one. Although I have them down as the favourites to go, or one of them to be the favourites to go up out of the first one. I'm going to chat to Luke Armitage in the break. And he just said he missed his breaking point by a metre. He heard what I'd said on the stream as well, but he just missed his breaking point by a metre, and he knew that Kyle was right there behind him, and if he tried to defend the position, he knew he'd already lost the lead, and if he tried to defend second, he would have ended up planted in the tyre wall, just because there's only so much room through there, so he just gave a little bit of racing room, but he's running some super special gearing. He is way geared, longer than anybody else. He's running, I think he said he was running a 30 or the 38 or 39 on the rear of that Husky. So that explains his straight line speed advantage. He is a slip of the thing. We'll see if that can do for him in the A's. But anyway, here we are.
One thing I will mention, Phil, before we get this race underway, we have a rider play their joker.
Oh, who's that?
The 99 of Andy Hayes.
Oh, Andy Hayes.
So Andy has played his joker.
There he is, the man with the road race helmet on there in the centre of our shot. Just in the background there with the road race helmet on, there is the 10 of Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. There is Chris Eastwood, the man from Scotland, the man who... the camper converter. There's Jason Slater giving a bit of encouragement from the sidelines. And Tom Nutter, but here is... Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate KTM, the man, I'll say recent new dad. And there he is.
Just trying to get a bit of air in those goggles. Don't want them fogging up round here.
So everybody getting ready to go. We'll see what Andy Hayes can do on the 99. The man that runs the circuit up there, Oliver's Mount. Away they go. A few wheel spins, and it is Eastwood that looks like he's going to get the drop on Eccleston as they go up to Coppice for the first time. Lots of spray. And this is where we find out how fast we can really go. So all the guys will watch the two boys at the front and go, well, there's Andy Hayes up to third already.
Yep.
So
Andy,
he knows what he can do, and there he is. Look, he'll be offline, he'll be knee down, he'll know what level of grip is available to him.
My only thought is, should he have played it in his third race? That's my only thought. If he makes it into a promotion position up to the A's in this one, will he be kicking himself for not playing it at the end of the day? But we will wait and see. There is a lot of laps to be had between now and then, and he is currently a little bit of a way back now off the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. He seems to have broken away with Chris Eastwood at the front now. We'll have to see if he can do that.
Yeah, I seem to remember Eccleston lit the rear up and went down there last year in the King of the Mountain meeting. So he's been a man that he's got the speed to be in the A group week in, week out, but he's qualifying. He just never seems to get it nailed, and for a bit of a moment there, but can always fight his way through. And at the moment, it is those two that are away at the front from Andy Hayes on the 99. They all make their way through Hall Bends safely. We've got a decent number of riders, and we didn't look like we got many non-participants in this one. But here they come then, and it is the 110 of Chris Eastwood on the DCR Husqvarna. Is it Husky or KTM that he's on?
I think that one is a KTM that Chris Eastwood is running.
Across the line, we'll obviously have to wait for the first complete lap to see what the lap time is. But Eccleston faster through Coppice and right on the back door.
It is a 1:27 set by Eastwood and Eccleston on that one, so about 3 seconds quicker than Slater.
Up the inside, so new race leader. So Kyle Eccleston didn't lead across the line, but he's managed to fire it up the inside of Chris Eastwood. And again, it will be cat and mouse. The guy at the front does not know how fast to go. Obviously, Andy Hayes knows how fast he can go. He can go as fast as these two guys in front, because that's what the circuit will let him do. But I think that without being disrespectful to Andy Hayes, on any normal day you would not expect him to be able to run with these two guys up the front. So the fact that he is as close as he is in the wet says as much about his his wet racing prowess, and of course he's an enduro rider, a road racer. He's done the TT and Manx and all sorts of
Let's
stuff.
not forget though, Phil, so these grid positions were from
The dry race.
So
Yeah.
he's not had a bad run so far today.
No, he's been good. So he's there in front of Blaine Pearson, and then the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, he's there in 5th. And then it's Ian Rogerson 6th, Dave Spafford 7th, and Liam Pearson in 8th. So we've got father and son in this one, so Blaine and Liam racing together as the rest of the riders stream through Hall Bends. Here come our race leaders then.
So it looks like the 110 of Christopher Eastwood there getting a good run out of Farm Bends, and he's out-dragged Kyle Eccleston down the straight, but is Eccleston able to retaliate as they head up round Coppice? So Eccleston looking for a wider line. Is he able to carry the speed to be able to slot in?
Oh, Hayes under pressure then from Blaine Pearson. This was where Eccleston managed to make the pass last time, and he hasn't done it. So this time Eastwood takes the advantage as they come down into the cut through in race 2 of this Race IQ British Supermoto B.
So the 151 of Blaine Pearson setting the fastest lap on that one. So the second rider in shot there chasing down the 99 of Andy Hayes. He sets a 129.568. So that will have been with a slipstream from Andy, but he's also...
What time did Slade do? 1:30?
Yeah, it was a 1:30 from Jason.
So Jason's later is only half a second what the front guys in the B group are doing. So that tells you that was a legitimately good lap time when he was racing under no pressure. He had nobody to set the pace for him. So Eccleston looks like he's dropped off the back of Chris Eastwood through the last few corners, and of course he will be more than well aware that he does not need to win this to go up to the A group for the final race of the day. He does not need to fall off, and he don't need to finish third. But I think if Blaine can get past a little bit of rear movement there, if Blaine can get past Andy Hayes down the straight this time with 6 laps to go, does he have enough time? Well, Hayes has got him for straight line speed. And again, this is all about getting these bikes geared right, these 450 motocrossers having to absolutely be geared right on the money. Oh, Pearson right on the inside. That was a lovely pass.
Yeah, great pass there from Blaine.
That is good movement to be able to do that to Andy Hayes, because Hayes is not slow up there. And all of a sudden, the gap that it looks like Eccleston has a problem.
Yeah, it looks like a retirement there for the Bathmate rider with his hand up and pulling right over at the end of that escape road. So we'll see if he's able to limp that bike back or if he's going to retire just there. We will wait and see.
Oh, that's a shame for Kyle Eccleston, because he's done the hard work. Now maybe he's just got to the point where that bike has cried enough. Or maybe he's got a bit of wet or something in it, a misfire, something silly. Maybe he could have even lost a chain. You just do not know.
But that has promoted Blaine Pearson, who was showing us 4th on our timing screen, up to 2nd.
Yeah, so he will go up to the A group. Andy Hayes, he will only garner a 3rd for his double points joker, and he will get to go again in race 3. But as it stands at the minute then, Eccleston, a retirement down at the cut through.
Now, I'm also going to give a big shout out to our 250 riders that are out there at the moment. So, leading the 250s is the number 150 of Liam Pearson, who currently sits in 7th place. And we've also got the 97 of Dax Almond out there and the 56 of Lily Rhodes. So all 3 250s making their way into the Bs in the dry. So cracking riding from them 3.
Yeah, very much so. So Andy Hayes then now 3rd. Dave Spafford, man who I think finished 3rd in our over 55 class, our Super Vet class, on his Honda. He's there in front of Paul Reynolds, and a long way in front of Paul Reynolds. A bit of a mistake there from Eastwood. It does look like Eccleston is not there anymore, so he has ridden in. Hopefully, so that's not it isn't going to be a catastrophic machine issue, but just obviously something that's caught him out. But he definitely was not there at that part of the circuit where he stopped on the previous lap. So Dave Spafford, in fact, there he is. Spaff closing in on that 117 Honda on to the back of Andy Hayes. I've had some good battles with Dave Spafford, I suppose you have as well over the years.
Yeah.
And he's a rider that just sits there and opens the throttle. He just has a decent level of speed.
Oh, that is a few riders down. One of those there, that is Dax Almond just picking himself up, and that looked like one of the Sayers maybe? Yeah, Tommy Sayer there that was in 8th place.
That's on the exit of the chicane, so maybe one of them just lit the rear up and the other one has
nowhere
collected
to
in.
go.
The riders are up, we just got to recover the bike, so that shouldn't give us any issues. But race leader already across the line, so here we come then. So Dave Spafford on the Honda having a good run at Andy Hayes down the start-finish straight. Got a bit of a wobble on. Is he going to have a run up the inside? Oh, it's going to be tight. No, he doesn't. Andy cuts across the front of him on that KTM. I'll say the different riding styles of these two guys. Andy looking at every inch of
I've said this many a time. Andy Hayes, if you did silhouettes of riders, you could pick him out in a lineup of hundreds. You could pick out Andy's riding style, because you can see he's got a background of absolutely everything. He's got road race, he's got enduro, he's got the sand racing, he's got it all, and he sort of amalgamates it into one, and he makes it work for him. He's absolutely no slouch.
Yeah. I know. So all of a sudden, after having what was a considerable lead, Chris Eastwood is getting closed down very, very quickly by Blaine Pearson.
Well,
it was 2.5 over the line last time.
Yeah, well, that is because Blaine Pearson has been absolutely banging out those fastest laps with a 26.5 on that last one.
What's Eastwood doing?
His last lap was a 128, and his best lap is also a 128. So Blaine is taking chunks out of that lead, like you say. Oh, Liam Pearson just losing the rear there and sliding off at Hall Bends.
250 rider then off. So again, all of a sudden, this is where you find out, this is where the limit is. This is what these guys are doing. So the lap time's now into the high 20s, and all of a sudden we're seeing people throwing it at the scenery. But Blaine Pearson then closing down on Chris Eastwood as they go round Charlie's for the final time. Here we go, round the outside. Pearson's going to be where the grip is. He rides straight round the outside of Eastwood. And like I say, that's just where the grip is. That's what you've got to do in the wet.
Yeah, that is one of those mental passes.
I'd be another 5 foot further over than Blaine Pearson there. There'd be so much grip out there. Eastwood struggling on the rubberised line. And look, Pearson right out where there's nobody else going.
So it is the last lap. Liam Pearson has remounted, and he's dropped back from, I believe he was in 6th place, down to 10th. So he has rejoined just in front of the 16 of Sayer. But Dad's out there putting on a show for us here, and he is wheeling up over the mountain, and he is showing off there.
So he just needs to not crash the wall.
That was showboating from Blaine Pearson.
It's easy done, and it's the weight transfer through here. Now, Blaine Pearson, if he's got decent heat in his tyres, no disrespect to Eastwood, he has no idea how fast he can go. And all Blaine Pearson has got, he's got a carrot in front of him to chase down. And if he's got a nice feeling, if he's got the suspension backed off, because you will need to go softer and a lot softer on suspension then for this one. But here we come then, race win for Blaine Pearson on the final lap. A nice pass down the far end of the circuit around the outside of Chris Eastwood on the DCR KTM. Both of those guys will go up into our A group. The weather conditions now actually are all right. It isn't raining. We can look out onto the roof. It is actually spotting, so it's a constant level of rain. It isn't going to dry out. Pekka comes across the line. So, that was close across the line between Lily and Ian Rogerson, and it looks like we'll wait and see that. I think Lily got that.
She did. She did. So Lily pinches 6th place in the B group by 0.01 of a second. So just pinching that there from Ian Rogerson, and that's probably a personal best for Lily Rhodes round here. So a 6th in the B group. That will see her starting in 4th for race 2, and that's a race 3, sorry, and that's a front row start.
It is. So Blaine Pearson takes the win then from Chris Eastwood in this race 2. Brought to you by Race IQ. They will go up to the A's. Dave Spafford finished a very good 3rd. Andy Hayes 4th. Paul Reynolds number 10 finished 5th on the Automotive Solution Husky. Then Lily Rhodes on the RWJ KTM from Ian Rogerson in 7th. And then 8th place was Liam Pearson, 9th place was Sean Jones, and 10th place was Adrian Dealey, with Tommy Sayer taking 11th. We did lose Kyle Eccleston in the middle of that one from 2nd position. We'll try and get an update on what occurred there, but he certainly wasn't out there on track at the end of the race, so I think he managed to ride back in. But it is going to be Blaine Pearson then that rides down to take the spoils of a race win.
So that was a very well-deserved win there for Blaine Pearson. And just having a quick look at the lap times from that one. So a 1:30 would put Jason Slater in around 7th place. So like you say, that was a cracking lap from him in the seas with no one really to sort of guide him on where he could get the grip.
Style points lost for taking his helmet off without taking his goggles off. Yeah, that's fatal. Having said that, obviously then you've got the whole, well, he's wearing a road race helmet, so I can do what I like. But Chris Eastwood wearing the road race helmet, then certainly in these conditions is the thing to be doing. As the third place rider comes in, but they're having a bit of a chat. Eastwood on the DCR. It looks like a Husqvarna to me.
I think that's a KTM with a spiky red shrouds on that one.
Yes, I think you're right, it is. And here comes the third place man then, Dave Spafford.
Yeah, well deserved third.
Yeah, and he picked up that CR. I've got a feeling that was a bike that was for sale at the midpoint of last year, and he just went out because he raced a really, really old CRF 450, which was obviously when I used to race with him. Now he's got new kit, he's way faster. But he went out and put his money where his mouth was on for that CRF, and somebody give that man a hand to put that bike on the stand. The old boy's about shot to bits, bless him.
There he is.
But yeah, Dave Spafford then, we'll see it. If Dave gets his helmet and gloves off, we can have a look at him. But as a man who finished, I think, second or third in our Super Vet Championship or Super Vet races yesterday, he takes his goggles off because he knows what he's doing. And he will be... there he goes. So Dave Spafford takes a third place. That is your podium then for race 2. We've got Blaine Pearson, the Mullet Man Chris Eastwood, and the 117 Honda of Dave Spafford. Thank you, guys. That was a cracking race. Enjoyed that.
So up next, it is the British Supermoto A Group, sponsored by Trips.uk, the campervan hire company. And if you are planning any trips over winter or you're planning on going away, make sure you take a look at Trips. But there is our grid. So front row, it is Alex Mullaney, Richard Sharp and Jamie Duncan. Then row 2 is headed up by the 108 of Dean Hillier. Alongside him, the Fat and Fast rider Oliver Holmes and teammate Richard Blakeman there in 6th place. Row 3 is the number 9 of Bradley Hardy in 7th. Then we see Trips team boss Chris Walker in 8th and Mike Norbury 9th. Row 4 is the number 58 of Craig Forshaw on his Automotive Solutions Honda in 10th. Jake Sayer is in 11th place. And Simon Burgess rounds out row 4 in 12th. Row 5 will see Darren Wells, Darrell Pennington and Lee Williams in 15th after his spill-off at Hull Benz. And then the final row of the grid will be headed by the 79 of Peter Bennett. In there we will also see the 74 of Chris Hodgson after his retirement from race 1. And then moving up from the Bs, we've got Luke Armitage and Harley Sharp starting from the back of the grid.
Did we see Chris Hodgson go through on the sight lap?
I mean, I personally didn't, but I wasn't really looking either.
No, he's down on the list, so that does tell that he will have tripped the transponder as far as I'm aware. So who's your money on for this? I'm going to go at... I'm feeling, after what we saw yesterday, I'm feeling a little bit of Dean Hillier moment. The man there on the 888 Yamaha, the Steve Hillier Racing Company Yamaha, as we look at Richard Sharp there on the Trips.uk KTM. There's Jamie Duncan on the Fat and Fast KTM. All of the Fat and Fast guys there. Good to see that Oliver Holmes on the 42 is up there with his teammates. He's been knocking on the door all year. He made his way into Superpole this year as well.
I'm looking out the back and I can see the course car, but I'm not seeing the 74 of Chris Hodgson's TM out there.
No, so... OK, well, that's a shame, but obviously he had the opportunity to ride from the back of the grid this time and chose not to take it. So here we go then. So we've got a space in the middle of row 3 as well. Not sure who that was supposed to be. That's behind Brad Hardy. That, I think, is Chris Walker.
Yeah.
So away they go then, bouncing the front end. There we go, Dean Hillier. What did I tell you? It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. Dean Hillier on the SHRC. Oh, big move round the outside.
What?
Oh, and a big bobble as well.
Switch.
Oh, so, well, Mullaney definitely kept the candle lit all the way round the outside of Dean Hillier there. But Hillier was the man that looked like he was going to ride.
Who's called that? That is Bradley Hardy.
Brad. That's Ches. Bradley Hardy on the number 9, a man who...
From 7th on the grid and up to 2nd in the first corner. So, cracking ride there from... I'm fairly sure he's quite a local man. He's not too far away from this Cadwell Park circuit, and decided to come out and give his bike a blast for the final round of the season. But Alex Mullaney pulling an advantage already out in front.
Well, he is, I think Ches is pretty good in the wet. It remains to be seen. Hilliard there in 3rd. Looks like it is the 7 of Jamie Duncan in 4th as they come up over the top of the mountain. As the rain continues to fall here at Cadwell Park for... Oh, Dean Hilliard putting his hand up. He's got a problem. So the man on the Triple Eight Yamaha, I will have cursed him. He's obviously not quite sure what's gone on there. Do you know what? I think that looks like a physical injury. It almost looks like he's pulled a muscle or banged his foot on the ground or something. A long look over the shoulder from the race leader. Then there is your top 3. Hardy from Duncan. Oh, big moment from Norbury. And then it's the 54 of Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM. He's starting to get himself back into it. Norbury. It's a problem then. I wonder if it's a brake problem or something for Dean Hillier. And they've swapped over to the wets, maybe. He's looking down at the front of the bike. Not quite sure what's gone on. Does not like the look of that. I'm looking at the comms box window here as we look at the Fat and Fast of Richard Blakeman.
Yeah, Richard Blakeman managing to hold off a whole flurry of riders that we've got there. So that's Norbury, Williams, and that is Richard Sharp and Oliver Holmes. And then that looks to be Darren Wells there on the Aprilia. He's going well. So Alex Mullaney had an advantage of 2.6 seconds across the line on that last passing. So I'm sure he'll be extending that out now. But for Bradley Hardy to be sitting in 2nd, seriously impressive for a rider that's not done pretty much any of the championship so far this year.
By his own admission, he came back into it at the beginning of the season after, I think he's missed 4 or 5 years of racing. Was a good rider when he decided to pack up. Obviously family commitments and all that meant that he wasn't able to give it what it needed. And although he has a good long look over his shoulder, he's got a really good gap over Richard Blakeman.
We've had a pass though for 2nd. So Jamie Duncan has just put in the fastest lap time for the race so far with a 1:22.5. So he's found a way through on the number 9 of Hardy and promoted himself up to 2nd. And with only a 2.3 second deficit to Mullaney, he should hopefully be able to chip into that with a 0.6 second advantage on lap time at the moment. So we'll see if Mullaney's able to find any more speed at the front there. But like you say, he doesn't have anyone really to guide or sort of test the waters for him.
No. So Alex Mullaney then looks like he's going to have a sweep this weekend, both days. And so he's been the fastest man on track today. As we look at Lee Williams closing in on the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Blakeman then peakless on that helmet. There is Duncan up over the mountain. So 2.35 was the gap. He is closing in.
He is. Now, a 4th place for Richard Blakeman would be his best result so far of this weekend. He seems to have struggled here at Cadwell Park, a circuit where we have seen him do really well in previous years.
He's took victories here in the past, I'm sure of it.
He has. He's beaten riders such as Chris Hodgson, Davey Todd, all here at the British Championship, but just this weekend hasn't been his. So I'm sure he'd actually be reasonably happy with the 4th place. So he's chasing down Bradley Hardy, but an even faster lap time there for Duncan, a 1:21.823. Now, Mullaney has retaliated with a 1:21.9, so it's only taken about 0.2 of a second out of that gap. But if it's consistent and he can keep chipping away at it, we might see a challenge for the lead.
Yeah, it's going to take a few laps. They are starting to close up. Have a look in the background and we'll see if there's Blakeman coming through. Sorry, Brad Hardy coming through as well. But Duncan is the man on the move at the moment. 2.1 across the line. If this comes down another half a second, it's game on. There is Hardy and Lee Williams in the background. So that is the battle. Blakeman and Lee Williams. So that is the battle there for 4th and 5th. If we hold that shot as they go up over the mountain, we should see Norbury, Richard Sharp in 7th, Ollie Holmes in 8th, and Harley Sharp in 9th. So Richard Sharp not having a good run as Willow goes down the inside of Blakeman into Hall Bend.
That looked tight, but he's made it work.
He has made it work,
stick. So considering that's where Willow's been off twice so far today, to have a dive down the inside there was brave, and
no
he did
sense,
say it
no
was
sense,
the rear he
no
left. It was the rear he lost.
Yeah, there is Dean Hillier. He came into the pits to check out the bike and couldn't see anything wrong and went back out on tracks. Obviously, whatever issue he has is not permanent. But Williams then leads across the line with Blakeman there. So he is now up to 4th.
So that battle at the front, Alex Mullaney has now topped our timing with a 121.644, which is almost the same as Jamie Duncan on that lap as well. Only 0.02 of a second separating their lap times, which means that their gap between each other has remained fairly equidistant. So it's still just over 2 seconds that separates the 100 from the number 7, but that battle for 4th place at the minute is being headed out by Lee Williams, and he does seem to have the better of the 54 fast rider Richard Blakeman at the minute.
Yeah, a little bit of a twitch for Willow as he came out of the chicane there, and this is where you've just got to be so careful picking up the throttle, not getting too aggressive. It's really slick here through the bottom of the mountain, and the rear will spin up as you go over the top. You can see there's a few leaves on the track and a little bit more water starting to form on the inside of that. The drainage here at Cadwell actually pretty good, so we don't really see standing water unless it is properly bouncing down with rain. And the lead of Mullaney gone out to 2.8, so the battle at the front then was again, it's under the trees where the track suddenly gets slippy with all the sap dripping off and the water starting to bring it to the surface, where you may be able to even risk a pass around there in the dry. In the wet, the line is so narrow.
So Bradley Hardy now in a relatively lonely 3rd place with a 5-second deficit on Duncan, but a 10-second advantage on this battle here for 4th with Williams and Blakeman. And then it's a further 5 seconds back to the battle for 6th between Holmes and Norbury. So I wonder if we can maybe catch a glimpse of that one in the background. Richard there looking to see if he can get round the outside. Not quite. And then again, Williams defending that inside line really nicely on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna, and then giving it the gas, heading towards the mountain, hard on the brakes there, and then firing, heading up towards the mountain. And it is Williams that's got the advantage heading in towards Hall Bend yet again, but we have seen Les Corner catch a few riders out. So out in front, Alex Mullaney has extended his advantage now out to about 2.8.
He's still there in front of Mike Norbury, and then there's the other battle. We'll catch them as they come out of Barn Corner, hopefully. Let's see. So there is the battle. So there's Willow and Blakeman, and then as we go, so there is Holmes and Norbury, and then this is the rest of the field. This is Harley Sharp in front of Dad Richard as they come across the start finish line. Then it's Darren Wells with Peter Bennett there in tow as well, with Craig Forshaw in the background. Bennett out on the Husky, the black and gold machine, as they go up the hill. But this is the battle between the Sharp boys, and it is Harley Son on the 817 there in front of Dad Richard. There is the 42 of Ollie Holmes holding Mike Norbury at bay. The rest of them coming down into this corner now, and here we go. So there's Harley. Oh, and a big mistake there. So all of a sudden Darren Wells is through on both Darren Wells and Peter Bennett through on Richard Sharp. So he's obviously not feeling the love for these wet conditions. And Darren Wells, Dad out there earlier on today, didn't go out in the second wet race, and I do not blame him. But the local man on the 941 closing in, and he will now be, I think he'll now be up to 8th place as they come across the line.
So
there's Norbury.
Our leader has just gone across the line, so that means there is only 3 laps remaining, but it was another fastest lap for Jamie Duncan, still chasing down the youngster of Alex Mullaney in first. So the gap's still just over 2 seconds, so he's not able to chip away at it anymore. So it's looking unlikely he's going to make a challenge for the lead. But this is the battle on screen that we want to be watching. So there is Wells. He's being chased down by the 79 of Bennett. So as you say, he is on the Husky. We've seen him on an Aprilia at previous Cadwells as well. And is he able to get close enough to have a look round the outside up at Charlie's? Oh, it's tight up there.
We'll show you just how close this mid-pack battle is always in the A group. We do get a bit of target fixation with the race at the front sometimes, but with Alex Mullaney, I would say, controlling this one at 2 seconds at the moment. We can see out the window what is going on as well, but this battle is there. Richard Sharp just not feeling the love. He's coming under pressure from, looks like Craig Forshaw around the outside. What a pass from Peter Bennett. Darren Wells got on the brakes there, and Bennett just laid it across the front of him. But Wells has a surprised look over his shoulder as if to say, where did that come from? And Bennett now there. Yeah.
So it looks like on our timing screen it was less than a second between Mullaney and Duncan, with Duncan putting in a 1 minute 20.9 on that lap, so taking a big chunk of time out, and there he is. So yes. Duncan making the pass on our race leader Alex Mullaney. Don't count him out.
Well, it's always the same. It looks like the race is under control for the guys at the front. We're going to have a look at something else. And here they come. So Jamie Duncan has run down Alex Mullaney. I'll take full responsibility for that on the guy that are telling him what to follow. Oh, big moment for Duncan.
He's still pushing on that fat and fast KTM. And will this allow Alex Mullaney to try and chase him down, seeing that the man in front of him clearly has found something?
Yeah,
he's got some grip somewhere.
Well, it seemed like the gap was set at 2 seconds and Mullaney was just happy to hold it to where it was. But Jamie Duncan, I'm going to try and think the last time we saw him take a race victory. But he is definitely a man who can always do that when it takes him. We wait for them to come out of barn corner now, and here they come. And I've got to be honest, I don't think Alex has got anything for him. Jamie Duncan has got that bike absolutely where he wants him. You're going to get down there and talk to him in the winner's circle.
Yeah, so we'll
it's the last lap, and well, we just did not see this coming. I thought that Alex had got this one covered. He was holding the gap at 2 and a bit seconds. JD was doing everything that he could to keep him in sight. And before we know it, just as always, we're going to look somewhere else, and there's a pass for the lead. So, but you can't please everybody.
He has extended that lead out over Mullaney quite considerably just in those couple of corners. So he's giving himself a nice little bit of breathing room on this last lap, and all he needs to do now is bring it home, and it will be a race victory in our Trips UK British Supermoto A Group Race 2. So we are all sitting and very much on the edge of our seats watching this. A look over the shoulder, and Duncan can see where the youngster is. So Mullaney...
Is it ever a surprise win from Jamie Duncan? He just pulls them out the hat. He was a defeated man at Mete. He was like,
a big nod from the head.
Yeah, he just didn't know where it was coming from, and then all of a sudden they've spotted or got a problem sorted out on the bike that they just really couldn't get to the bottom of. And here he is now, and he's run down Alex Mullaney, a man who doesn't have to win this race. Let's not be fair. His position in the championship is what it is. But here it is. It's going to be a race win then for Jamie Duncan, number 7. On the Contract Solutions KTM, he's going to come across the line with his feet back. Alex Mullaney there in second, and let's not forget a brilliant third place for the number 9, and although he's still to appear round the final corner at Barnet, is going to be the 9 of Ches, Brad Hardy. We will take what I would say is a career best result here at Cadwell Park. I'll make no excuses for going and following the other battles in the race, because it looked like it was all dead and buried at the front. And then next rider across the line should be the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, and there is Blakeman. So Blakeman comes across the line, and then it's a close battle to the line, and it is going to be Williams from Oliver Holmes. Then it's Peter Bennett. Mike Norbury comes across the line in 8th. And then who's going to cross the line? That was Darren Wells in 9th. We'll wait for it to come across. So it was Bennett, Wells, Harley Sharp, Mike Norbury. Oh, it's all changing again. So Wells came across the line in 8th. That's a good result for him. Then it was Norbury, Harley Sharp, Richard Sharp, Craig Forshaw, Darrell Pennington, Luke Armitage, Simon Burgess and Jake Sayer. Well, that was a surprise. I don't know what to say, really. Well done to Jamie Duncan, number 7, on the Fat and Fast Contract Solutions KTM. A brilliant ride. We thought that our race leader had got that one sorted out pretty much, but it was not to be. JD got the feeling, got the bike doing what he wanted, got the tyres doing what he wanted, and he ran down our race leader with 3 to go to take what I will say will be probably a very, very popular victory, not just for him, but everybody in his camp. We'll see what Alex has to say. I'm sure he will be gracious in defeat, if not a little annoyed, and we'll see what it is. We'll wait for the third rider to arrive down there in Parc Fermé. But great laps then from Jamie Duncan. I'll wait for Daniel to get down there, our third place rider then, and be great to have a chat with also with him. Like I say, Brad Hardy, he knocked it on the head at the beginning of the season, did a few rounds and threw it at the ground a few times, and just felt that he was maybe trying a little bit too hard, and just needed to reassess what he was doing. But a very, very well-deserved third place for him. And we can see him there just having a quick chat with our race director, Dave Dearden. So we're going to get everything in place. Alice is down there with the camera. We'll let Brad get sorted out and get on the stand, and then we'll go to Danielle, who will interview our top 3. There she is down there at the moment. So Jamie Duncan and Alex Mullaney and the number 9 of Brad Hardy. We will now go down to Danielle, who is down there in winner's circle with our top 3.
So we're here with Bradley Hardy. So we haven't seen you very much this year, but that was an absolutely excellent ride. So a very well deserved third place and a cracking ride from you.
I got lost on the way around here. I didn't know where I was going. First time for me. But yeah, I just tried to stay smooth. I got a wicked start, and then that second lap I didn't really know how to gauge the first corner, and Jamie come flying past, and I thought, well, obviously faster than that. And then I just tried to stay smooth. Tried not to let it get in my head too much. I thought I saw an oil spot. I was crapping myself up there from that, but yeah, it was good.
Well, we did say so it was hard for the leaders because they couldn't really gauge it off other riders. So you had the advantage of, like you say, Jamie Duncan coming round and showing that you could go a little bit faster, but smoothly does it?
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll grab a quick word with Alex Mullaney. So you were just pipped to a second race win in that one by Jamie, but great ride from you. Lap times were really, really consistent. Anything you're going to change for that final race of the weekend?
Yeah, I'll probably change the front brake. We're having a few issues with that, and have a look at the quick shifter. We're having a few issues with that as well, but no, I mean, I was just trying to stay safe and steady. I think Jamie had a bit more on me there, so fair play to him. But I was just struggling to find a grip, and it was getting worse and worse with the oil coming out the track. So no, I'm happy with second, and maybe I can try and win the next one. But
I'm sure you already know this, but that also means you have secured the Under-21s Championship. So that means you're Under-21 champion for 2025, and I'm sure you'll be really pleased to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, what more could I ask for other than win the British? But no, I'm really happy with that. Thanks to everyone involved.
And we'll grab a quick word with Jamie Duncan. Be honest, we moved away. We saw the gap was staying at 2 seconds. We thought he settled into this one, but you proved us wrong there, and you went out and smashed a race win.
Yeah, I know. Cardwell, me, what happened? No, I like the rain here. I do like the rain here. It's the only track that I do like the rain. But no, I thought 3/4 of the way through that race, I thought Alex would had it. And then all of a sudden I just kind of closed the gap a little bit and I went, let's have a wee go here. But had a few sideways moments come out some corners trying to catch on, but it's all good.
We did see you have a little bit of a spin up coming out of that chicane over there, but like you say, about 3/4 of the way through you found something. We saw your lap times drop as well, so you definitely found more grip out there. Do you think there's any more to come for race 3?
Well, we'll wait and see. If it keeps being wet like this, it should be good. I'm just going to try and put on some more weight now, get some more traction. Yeah.
That is the fat and fast way, so we'll head back up to Phil for our Academy race 2, and we will catch the action when they're released out onto the track.
Cheers, Danielle. So, yeah, that's a good result then for Jamie Duncan, and he is very much pleased with that. He's had a tough go of it at the tail end of the season this year, and as a result, nice to see him managing to get himself there onto the top step of the box. And a big well done to Brad Hardy. Like I say, didn't even race yesterday, so wouldn't really have made a lot of difference, to be fair, to him to not be racing yesterday with a wet track. But first time on the podium for Brad Hardy, I think, in the elite class. And as a result of that DCR KTM, like I say, he's done a few races already earlier this year. But nice to see him getting recognition for that. And a good result for race 3. So we're out on track now. Our academy riders coming down through Hall Bends, and track has been shortened for these guys and girls. They will get the wave through across the line and then come through and take their position. Now this is one of those things where nobody's going to tell them it's raining, I think. Danielle comes back from out there in the murk as we look at the 41 of Ed Darnton. Oh, how's it looking out there? Is it just mizzling?
It's just steady rain, to be honest with you, Phil. It's probably like best conditions that you could really hope for with this type of weather. It's not the torrential rain that we saw at Teesside and Pembury. It's just raining. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it looks like obviously the track is now fully wet, as we can see on the screen there. No real water issues with it running across the circuit. There are places where obviously it does actually sit quite badly. Certainly some wet areas down the start-finish straight here, but not to the level where it is going to cause any problems. We're not in a situation where we're seeing standing water, which is always the thing that causes issues.
Yeah.
So this is our Super Midi Academy Race 2. Let's have a quick look at the time and see where we are.
Well,
we're a good bit
it's good to see the number 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski back out there, and that is definitely a different front tyre to what we saw him running the seas.
Right, that's a wet on the front of that. That is also a wet on the front of Darnton's bike.
Yeah.
So all of these guys then having a chance to swap to full rain tyres. But let's not forget that the other tyre that they run is not a full slick. It is kind of a bit of an intermediate with a few decent cuts in it. So we'll wait for these guys to come away, get off the line and see what they can do.
Yeah.
A bit of water there, but there is the 64 radiator taped up there. Oh, there's a bit of yeah, well, and again, that is something that you do need to do. If the weather is cold, these things will cold seize if they're with the speed that they're doing down the straight. I wouldn't have thought that I'd had both of them done, but there you go. Nothing on the bike of Darnton, and the number 5 of Archie Reynolds there as well. So we look, Alice makes her way off the grid. They will look up to the lights.
So in the middle of that second row, that is our championship leader in the academy, Edward Darnton. He had a great battle with Sebastian Gazlowski in that last one. It's a great start from both of those riders off the front row.
And they've got absolutely no fear grabbing a big handful of front brake in that puddle. But this Cadwell circuit, like I say, it gives its grip out lovingly, and it's there until it's not. And we'll wait and see how these guys will pick their way round through the opening few laps.
Now I've got a little bit of spanner to throw in the works for you here. We've got 2 jokers played in this class. The first one is Jackson Nuttall, the 183. So he was our mini bike champion yesterday in the national class. And the other rider playing there, Joker, is the 41 of Edward Darnton. Right,
so Darnton needs to win this to take maximum advantage as they come round to it's 81% humidity, no Sherlock. It's definitely quite damp now. So Gazlowski leads across the line by a couple of bike lengths then from Darnton as they get on the brakes. Darnton really late on the brakes again. Is Gazlowski going to drop it across the front of him? Yes, he is. They've already gapped out from Archie Reynolds, and Max Rhodes is the man who's up there in 4th with Archie then. They had a good battle in race 1 this morning, and as a result they have taken to combat again in race 2, but you do tend to find that as they lose the toe, it's difficult for these guys to close the gap. And that was what was surprising about Jamie Duncan, to be honest, because I thought he was too far behind to be able to run down the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, but he managed it.
I'll be honest, as soon as I saw the flash on our timing screen that he'd done the new fastest lap, I looked out the window and saw him next to Alex. I was like, what is going on?
But anyway, we always try and do our best to bring you coverage of everybody here, and we thought that was done and dusted. But anyway, here is the 41 of Darlington down the inside on the DCR.
He gets it
KTM.
stopped.
He does get it stopped. Galauki has a long look over his shoulder. And like I say, he's not a man that figures in the championship anyway. He is just here for personal pride. I think he's a man that we usually see at British Mini Bikes. I've done a couple of their races, and I think that's a name that I remember from there.
So, just coming up on, I believe, a back marker of Harry Page there. So, he's just taking it steady in these really tricky conditions in 12th. But there is the gap back to 3rd and 4th, which is Archie Reynolds and Max Rhodes. So they're still battling it out in this championship. So even though Darlington is wrapping this one up, it is Reynolds and Rhodes that take 2nd and 3rd at the moment. So
Gazlowski has suddenly lost a ton of time. And I'm wondering if that taping off of the radiator means that bike is not running as it should, because there's Gazlowski looking over his shoulder, and then all of a sudden here is the battle between Max Rhodes and Archie Reynolds, which went all through race 1 and went the way of Archie Reynolds. But Max Rhodes is I say he's a decent little rider on that 85, and they're going to be closing in on Gazlowski. It was 3 seconds across the line, and there is Gazlowski this time. I can't see any tape on the other side or on the right hand side radiator. But maybe Gazlowski's just gone, do you know what? This is a bit more than I want to be dealing with in the wet. Edward Darlington is definitely having a good turn of speed, and he just doesn't fancy the battle. Darlington has a second look over the shoulder to see where Gazlowski's gone. And it certainly looks like Gazlowski's bike is not slow down the straight, but he's just maybe not feeling the love for it. It doesn't sound off song as they go by, because we can hear them from our comms box window. Max Rhodes late on the brakes there. They're definitely closing in, Danielle.
Yeah, they are, and that is exactly what Edward Darlington would be liking, seeing as he has played that Joker, which means he will get double points from this race result. And Gazlowski pulling in.
He's out.
He's
so
retired.
That's it. He's not a man that's figuring in the championship, but whatever. If he's got a misfire or a little bit of water in the works, if that bike is not running clean, he might be on orders from Dad. If the bike ain't running right, you park it, son, because you can grenade an engine just by trying to baby something to the finish. You genuinely do not know, especially a rider of his age and experience. So Gazlowski goes out of 2nd. That's a shame for him. He's been really good all weekend, and a hat tip to him for all the entertainment that he's given us against the big bikes. But he is not going to figure in the results for this one.
No, and we are missing a few riders in this one as well. So, usual suspects of Jackson Bennett, Byron Johnson that we've seen racing with us this weekend, Tyler Clark, all riders that did not start, unfortunately. So, whether the weather has deterred them or they're just not feeling these speeds today, but that is not stopping the action out on track. So, Rhodes not giving up on Reynolds on this one. So, it is Automotive Solutions versus RWJ Racing. And at the moment, it is the number 5 of Reynolds that is leading into Hall Bends. But Edward Darlington, he's managing a fastest lap time of a 55.084, and he has extended his lead out to over 7.8 seconds. So pulling away from that battle for P2 there between Reynolds and Rhodes. And then it's a little bit of a way back to the TM rider of Zach Richards, who we saw of an excellent race weekend at Teesside. And look at them, they're neck and neck. Is Rhodes going to try and chance to move up the inside? He is.
Yeah, so Max Rhodes then gets it down the inside of Archie Reynolds. Archie then has a look over his shoulder. Sometimes that's always a bit of a, do you know, I've fought him for long enough. Let's just have a look and see where we are with everybody else. It's a long way back to the 69 of Richards, although nobody told Archie Reynolds that it was time to give up, and he's still all over the back of Max Rhodes. But yeah, for the riders that have decided better and not gone out in this one, it's the end of the season. For a lot of these guys, there's nothing to be gained. They are where they are in the championship, and it's almost as if, well, he's not going out, I don't need to go out either. Who's that? That's Rhodes gone down. That's exactly what we were on about. So
Yeah.
is there anything to be gained? And Max Rhodes lost it early on the way into Barn Corner. He's up, he's okay, and he ran back to the bike. So Dad Paul, he's up and he's okay, and I'm pretty sure that he will be able to rejoin. But that's what happens. It's very easy to get caught out.
He has rejoined, but he has graciously dumped some of the scenery on our start-finish that I'm sure we'll be able to see. So picking up some grass there from his tumble off on the entry into Barn.
He comes across the line in 5th then. But but it just goes to show you the limit is where the limit is. And maybe Archie Reynolds was going, do you know what? I don't want to go any faster than this. And Rhodes has gone, well, I think I can. And he's maybe just got a little bit offline. And this is what I was saying to you earlier on, Danielle. That last few corners through the hairpin and through Barn, the racing line gets so narrow in these conditions that you only need to drift off by literally a foot, and the grip level changes drastically.
Yeah.
And that looks like that's what has caught out Max Rhodes. We've seen it in British Superbike numerous times as well, where guys have just got a little bit deep into there, tried to trail brake in on the front brake to get it back online, took the front, and before you know where you are, you're accelerating into the tyre wall. And you do actually do that on the grass up there when it's wet. As you come off the tarmac, you actually speed up as you go on the grass because you've got no friction, and before you know where you are, you're getting covered in water as you hit the tyres. I can speak of that from experience. Sadly, one of the few places I've fallen off around this Cadwell Park circuit.
Now, what I will say is that off for Max Rhodes does promote both Zach Richards up to 3rd, and it is 4th place for the number 10 of Cole Reynolds on board his Automotive Solutions TM. So, little brother to Archie, it would be a 2nd and a 4th for that Automotive Solutions team if the results are as they stand right now. So, there is our race leader. So the 41 of Edward Darnton playing his joker, looking cool as a cucumber as he comes round and up over the mountain, and just keeping that front wheel down on board that DRC machine and into Hall Bends, looking smooth.
Yeah, he's under no pressure at all. He's had a few hard races in the last few weeks, and obviously he was out there in Belgium doing the Junior Superbiker, where there is no place to rest against that level of competition. But he's here this weekend having a little bit of an easier run, certainly with Sebastian Gazlowski going out a few laps ago. But Reynolds then 12 seconds almost adrift of the race leader, and it's Zach Richards and Cole Reynolds. I'll say it doesn't seem that long since he was on a 65, getting laps like every 3 laps almost. And he has definitely started to come into his own this year, as we see with these academy riders.
I would say, Phil, you've actually got a little bit of an advantage. So, seeing as you haven't been able to attend all the rounds this year, you've got the advantage of being able to see the leaps that these riders have made between rounds. And not just in this class, but in other classes as well. You're able to see the progress they've made. So,
maybe I should not come more often. That's certainly not my intention. Hopefully we'll be as many of these rounders as we can next year.
Got to look on the bright side,
haven't we, Phil? But no, it is right.
Side.
You step away and suddenly you come back and you're like, well, hang on a minute, I remember him as doing this, and now he's doing that. But I was impressed with Cole Reynolds last year, and his dad said, look, we're just going to move him up, no pressure. And in fairness to Dad Paul Reynolds, obviously man who runs the Automotive Solutions teams, neither of those boys are under any pressure to do anything. They're just out there. He's given them the kit to go out and enjoy themselves and do what they want, and they certainly do that. And there, right and cute, is brother Archie. I think he's on a 105 rather than 85 now, because obviously they're allowed to run those in this class. But Darnton then 15 seconds almost, 14.3. He's already up the top end of the mountain on the final lap through Hall Bends, and he will take a comfortable victory. He'll be happy to do that, especially as he's played his joker. So I'm not sure what that's going to do for the points in his championship. Our FF Designs and Build Academy class. And,
I think he knows he's done it here, so happy to come across
he takes
the
a checkered
line.
flag. one of the people, I'm just like, save it for the pits a bit, but no, it's nice to see that a little bit of raw emotion then from Edward Darnton. Like I say, he's had a few issues, crashed yesterday.
Did you see the wheelies that we had from him at Oliver's Mount on the live stream? So
I did see a couple of them.
They were cracking little wheelies there from Edward Darnton, and I don't blame him not wanting to do those here.
No, that's
a little
fine.
bit fast, a little bit wet.
So Darnton wins then from Archie Reynolds. Zach Richards across the line in third. That will be your podium for our FF Solutions Design and Build Supermoto Academy Race 2. We've still got one more of those to come at the end of the day. And then it's Max Rhodes remounting 5th. 6th, then the 455 of Josh Walker. 6th is going to be the 183 of, is that Jordan Nuttall?
Jackson Nuttall in 7th.
Yeah, and 8th place. Have we got an 8th?
Yeah, it is the number 51 of Daniel Tanton. So on that mini GP bike, coming across there to take 8th place.
I would not fancy riding one of them in these conditions. Really not. So there you go. So that is going to be. I don't know whether these guys are going to come down for a podium in the pouring rain. Possibly are. Well, there's a few riders appearing round the corner there, and a bit of chat between what looks like Reynolds and Ed Darnton. And the third place rider will be Zach Richards. In fact, I think that's Zach Richards that's there with him.
Oh, I think that might
be
it isn't. Darnton and Reynolds
it is
there,
Darnton
just from
Reynolds.
The colours.
Your eyesight obviously considerably better than mine. I hope that,
questionable, I'll be honest.
Yes.
With these glasses, questionable.
Oh yeah, you are wearing glasses and I'm not. So Alice, for the
got my binoculars
950th time today, traipses out into the rain. To be fair, looking out of the window,
if you look at that puddle...
Look at this here. It's barely raining now. There is a few spots, but it's as dry as it's been for probably the last hour as we look at the number 5 of Archie Reynolds lifting his bike on into second place.
I can't see Zach.
No, well, he's probably not realised he's third and gone back to the pits. Here he comes. Oh, that's good. He's coming out of bar corner. So that'll be nice for him. All these boys will make sure. One of the things we'll say is make sure that you guys are emptying your catch tanks, because in this weather they do fill with water, and then it will stop your carburettor working properly. Ask me how I know. So Zach Richards then, another rider that has grown in, not grown much in size.
He's on the KTM, not the TM that we saw.
Oh yeah, and he's on that is an 85 as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not on the TM that we saw at Teesside. So change of machinery there for young Zach Richards, but a great ride from him.
Oh, we've got to make sure you got the third bit on, and Dad's going to lift the bike up. This is looking like a precision instrument to me.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. It's on a stand. That'll do.
Fantastic. So that is our podium then for our
dancing. Got to make sure the hair's on point.
So there's our podium, and as we wait for Zach Richards to take his helmet off, there we are, another guy that I found out what he looks like. So there you are then. Edward Darnton takes victory, Archie Reynolds second, and Zach Richards third. That is your podium for the FF Solutions Design and Build Academy class. We're going to take another break. We will be back. I was trying to see what the time is. I'm going to say it's going to be about 30 minutes or so with the conclusion of our 2025 action here at Cadwell Park. The last block of races in a what I'm going to say is a damp but perfectly raceable circuit. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. We will see you then.
down, they just think they are. Never little wanna be gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Never little wanna be gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final race action from the final round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. We are looking at the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, a man who went out of that last race with a little bit of a problem. But our final race action is going to be a combined B and C group. If you want to know more about what we're doing, follow us on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube at TNL Sports, where we broadcast live and also upload all of our races, and then see our website at BritishSupermotoChampionship.com for all the latest race info. So yeah, there is Eccleston. He went out of second place in that last one, and as a result ended up as a DNF. But
next over is Dax Almond, the rider that we saw take a tumble in the previous race too. So good to see him back out in this one.
I'll be safe to say we have no idea whatsoever what the grid is going to be, but
I think I might.
Oh, so Danielle thinks she might have. There's the 555.
I think.
Ideally.
I'm just having a look. So I believe they did it based on lap times. And with the riders that moved up to the A's and the split where it was done, it looks like we might see the number 56 of Lily Rhodes on pole position for this one.
I have no idea how that works.
I think it is. So basically what they've done, they've taken some riders from the top of the B's and put them in the A's, and then the riders in the middle of the B's, that's how we split it then, joining the C's. So we've tried to go for even grids.
We've got it electronically. Well done. It was a little bit of a mix and match, and obviously combining the two groups together, we end up with Lily Rhodes on pole position on the 56 from Ian Rogerson, with Liam Pearson there in third. Sean Jones then on the front of row 2 with Adrian Dealey, Tommy Sayer and in 6, Austin Johnson, Dax Hallman and Carl Eccleston. He's there in 9th. Jason Slater in 10th. Jason Laycock 11th. Tom Nutter 12th. Philip Rigg in 13th. Lee Room 14th. Jason Ramshaw in 15th. And these are all people who raced in that race. So they've already decided that they're going to go out and get wet. So a good decision from them. And obviously we've chopped a few guys off the top of that and put them in the back of the B's.
Yeah,
so as much as we had the issues yesterday with not knowing what was going on, this is all of a sudden, this makes a lot of sense to combine these two races, especially with the wet conditions. We are going to run out of daylight if we don't do something fairly and I think this will make for some more exciting racing. So we've got riders pretty much in the mid-pack in this one because of issues in race 2, such as Kyle Eccleston. They're going to have to fight their way through in tricky conditions, so I think this will make for some great racing. We've got a few more riders behind the number 44 of Ramshaw, so a couple more rows on the grid as well. So most of these will be our C group riders. So 37 of Byron Johnson out there that we saw on the 85. We've got Stephen Haig, Ruby Booth on that 300. We've got Ashley Powell. Sebastian Gazlowski is supposed to be in this one, so after his retirement he should be out again. Yeah, I've just seen him go by. Also, this looks like the 150 coming past us, our comms box obviously on screen. We're just seeing them. And I think that your statement that it's not raining as hard as it was, Danielle, I think that we said it was raining a little bit more. I think that it's actually eased off a little bit now. So
a little bit.
Yeah, so it's going to be a damp one, but this combined B and C, brought to you by Race IQ and Contract Solutions. We'll give them both a shout out for their continued sponsorship of this British Supermoto Championship in 2025, sponsoring our C and B classes, and we do hope that they are going to join us again for the 2026 season, which will be on top of us before we even know it. I've already seen whispers of a provisional date list for next year already, which kind of brings home the this is what we're going to be doing. And obviously tracks are already had to be spoken about and booked. You can't mess about these days. You've got to get your bookings in and commit early doors. And our series director David Dearden has already started those moves already, and so whilst we might not have venues confirmed 100%, we certainly do have some dates.
Yeah, but we are just getting these riders lined up on the grid, and it is the 56 of Lily Rhodes, and that's an actual smile under the helmet there from Lily. We don't see many of those.
She is one of the most understated people you will ever meet.
It's what we like to see.
She is an absolute axe murderer on a motorbike. We'll give her that. She can really, really ride.
Yep.
She was really good yesterday. There's the 162 of Ian Rogerson.
Yeah, she's one of those.
Racing.
She flies under the radar, nice and quiet, but put her on two wheels and she'll show you what she can do. And that's exactly what I think she's going to try and do from the front row here. We do have two 250s on the front row. There is the second, that's the 150 of Liam Pearson on that bright orange KTM, the Automotive Solutions rider. So just one last rider to get themselves sorted towards the back of the grid. And it looks like a possible issue in the mid-pack there for Dax Almond. He's remounting that bike, just trying to get the whole shot device on, and there it is. So
they're always a faff. There's the 555 of A. Dealey, man from SE Sport Homes, the 16 of Tommy Sayer in the background, the 164 of Sean Jones on the cranked up racing KTM. He's been decent. He's another rider that in my absence he's come back and I'm like, yeah, he's going all right, so fair play to him. Let's see if he can find his way onto the podium in this final race of the year for these guys. Little bit of creeping on the front row, away they go.
Yeah, I don't think that gave him an advantage.
Going to get swallowed up down the start straight.
Oh, we've got a rider down. We have a rider down here on the start finish. He is getting up. That is the 51 of Jason Slater. I don't know if he clipped bars, but he is up. He's shaking his head.
It could only be okay. It could only be Slates, but he is up and okay. I think he's clipped his bars, but he is up and okay. And
But out in front, it is Ian Rogerson from Kyle Eccleston. Then it's them two pesky 250s. It is Lily Rhodes and Liam Pearson there. So Pearson just nipping around the outside of Rhodes there. And then we've got the third 250, Dax Almond getting in the mix as well. But it is the brothers racing rider Ian Rogerson that leads us now through the chicane and back out towards the mountain section of this Cadwell Park circuit.
Yeah, Eccleston then under the bridge in second, and he is the fastest guy in this class without a doubt. I would not expect that anybody is going to give him too much trouble if he can fight his way to the front. Whatever issue he had in race 2, they've managed to fix there back in the Bathmate pit. There's enough of them there with the experience to sort out most problems. It's definitely his bike that he's out there in at the moment, so they did manage to fix that, so good on them. But our race leader at the moment,
I will say, Phil, looking into Hall Bends there, it looks like we've had a bit more of a breeze, and you can see the amount of leaves that have now been blown out onto this wet circuit, so that does make sort of the amount of track available to these riders a lot more limited than it previously was. We've got riders neck and neck all the way down this straight, so it is Eccleston and Rogerson battling for P1 and then battling for P3. It is Rhodes and Pearson that were neck and neck there, with Rhodes coming out just in front there of the other 250 rider of Liam Pearson.
I think it's Pearson. No, he's not, you're right. So Lily Rhodes, so Pearson's going to ride around the outside of her as they come around the outside of Charlie's too, but Eccleston did not lead across the line. It was Rogerson by about half a bike length, but all of a sudden he is going to find himself, Pearson makes a bit of, he tried to get down the inside, and Lily Rhodes did what Lily Rhodes does, which is not give him an inch of room, and you can see she's crouched down behind the bar trying to get in behind the non-existent fairing on that. She races all sorts of stuff now, GP and everything.
I have raced Lily Rhodes round here, and I have chased her just like Liam Pearson is doing now, and she's an absolute animal on that 250. So she's incredibly smooth, and she looks like she just gets the power down incredibly well. So she makes that KTM 250 fly, but she was also racing her 85 last weekend at Superbiker along with the other Academy riders. So she does, like you say, jump on absolutely anything and wring its neck, really.
I think her on a time on an 85 is done now. She needs to move up and stay up, riding too many different things. It's not easy to get used to them, but she's definitely been good value for money on this 250 this weekend. So Rogerson then from Rhodes, they've dropped the 150 of Liam Pearson. And do you know what? There's not a lot. I know that they were working on gearing on that. Dad Paul was, I won't say he's filing teeth off, but I think that's got something ridiculous on the back of that 250, and she's lost no time at all.
She tried nipping up the inside of Rogers there, and he shut the door on her, but she's going to try it again.
She's already passed him. She's passed him already. And obviously, and there comes the 150 then of Pearson. He wants a bit of it as well, and also Dax Almond in the background. I've got a little bit of gap there. Back to Sean Jones and Tommy Sayer.
So Rhodes now needs to try and break away from the 450 of Rogers. Rogerson, and Eccleston's out in front to the tune of 2.8 seconds with a current fastest lap of a 128.0, and in comparison to Rhodes, that's about 2 seconds quicker, so she's going to have to try and pull something out of the bag if she wants to try and chase our current race leader, if she wants to battle for a victory in the B group, which would be some going, especially on a 250 around Cadwell Park.
Yeah, I can't see that happening. Carl Eccleston is he is in a different class, let's be honest. He's a good A group racer on any day of the week, but fair play to Lily, she is not hanging about. I will say that this weekend is the best I've seen her ride for a long time. I know I've been away for a few rounds, but just her position and the groups that she's in, to see her at the front end of the Bs.
Yep, this is definitely a bit of her. So there she is, that feet on the pegs, knee down style, making her way up round Charlie's 1 and 2. And she's pulled a gap on Rogerson, and that is allowing Pearson to look round the outside there, going a little bit too wide to be able to make anything of it on board the 150.
Yeah, he just got a little bit giddy on the way in and ran wide, but there's loads of grip for him out there.
Yeah.
So it was not a danger. Sean Jones is, no, that's Dax Holman on the 97 Automotive Solutions Husky. You're probably going to tell me it's a KTM, but we just don't care.
It's a Husky, that
one. It is
one.
a Husky, great. So he is there trying to hang on to the back. And in these conditions, a 250 power delivery is just gives you a little bit of comfort, as Rogerson then just lifts the front wheel nicely up over the top of the mountain. There's Eccleston already away. 3.7 seconds. He's just riding this one in for a win and not wanting to throw it at the scenery in the final race of the year. And we can just wash that bike and put it away for the 2026 season.
Yep, that was Sebastian Gazlowski there, just flashing through on our screen through Hall Bends on board the number 64 Gas 85. So he's having a good run, currently sitting in 8th place on our timing screen as it stands. Jason Slater has remounted and he's showing as in 16th place at the moment, so good to see him back out there after his tumble on the start line.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a big hug at the end of the year. He's been good value for money, Slates, and does a lot for the sport, a lot for the junior motocross side of it as well. So this time Pearson holds a tight line round there, and he's going to try and dive around the inside of Rogerson, but he's too far back. You are right about that KTM. It is very orange, isn't it? It's not just orange, it's very orange.
Yep, it is. I think he's managed to find the most fluoro orange plastics for a KTM that they sell, and he makes it work.
He does, doesn't he? So Rhodes 3.5 seconds adrift of our race leader, and as they stand at the moment coming out onto the bottom straight and into the bottom of the mountain, you've got a lovely bit of camber with you, and then it just goes away here, change of direction. And then again, you've not got to get too close. The tarmac there is very smooth at the bottom of the mountain from where they run cars around here, and all sorts of stuff just bottoming out, and carts. So the grip just go away a little bit right at the apex of that corner. You've got to be very, very careful not to end up on your ear. Here comes the race leader then out of barn. 4 to go, be 3 to go next time by.
You can see that elbow dropped there for Lily Rhodes as she's got that KTM 250 on the stop, but it is a new fastest lap for the 97 of Dax Almond on board his 250. He currently sits in 5th place and has just managed a 127.692, which is some going, so it shows he's really chasing down Liam Pearson now, who sits in 4th.
So is Pearson going to run up the inside? Here's a mistake then from Rogerson. Rogerson runs right. Here's Pearson down the inside. He might do him on the brakes. Here he goes. Throws it down the inside, but runs wide. Rogerson's going to come back. No, he's not. That was a nice pass. He knew that he'd got track position. And he obviously the 250, a lighter bike with a lighter rider on the brakes. So Pearson on that 150 KTM. Number 150, so 250 manages to get the rear end spinning up as he came out onto the straight. Oh, we've got to ride it down. That's one of our mini bike guys who's thrown it at the grass.
It is, so he's picking that one up and looking relatively unharmed.
Yeah, so when they run to the bike, then usually that is good. I think that's the corner that he's gone through. In fact, no, I think he's further around the lap than that.
Yeah, and looking at the gap for our leader, so Kyle Eccleston, who leads this one, his advantage over Lily Rhodes is about 3.4 seconds, but Lily's managed to find a chunk of time, so she's now down to a 1:27.7, so she's pretty much matching Eccleston on actual lap speed here at Cadwell Park. So all it will take is for Kyle Eccleston to relax into this one, and it could be the case that Lily starts charging.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where there's not a lot to be gained at this point. It's only Eccleston easing off that's going to bring him back towards her. And looking at the gap at the moment, like you say, 3 and a bit seconds.
Yeah, but you try telling that to 16, 17-year-olds. They want a win. And if she could say she'd won a B group race, fair play to her. So there she is, just coming down the escape road now. So she'll have Eccleston in her sights, but nowhere near close enough to be able to make a move just yet. Like we say, all it takes is a mistake, and in these treacherous conditions, it's easily done.
It is indeed. But a man who is very much in control, and not so good to see him get the bike back out there for whatever the problem was. Not able to find out. We really need to have a nice little WhatsApp group, so tell us your disaster, so at least we can feed back what's gone on. But we're down here in the centre of the circuit, and there's people at home know more than what's going on than we do for some things. But Eccleston, oh, there we go, Lily's gone down.
Oh, absolutely gutted. She needs to get that 250 up nice and quick, but it takes
she was
nothing away
definitely
from
pushing
her.
on. Let's get her picked up. So here comes Kyle Eccleston. Lily's down, but she's up and okay. So she's gone off in the middle part of Hall Bends. So yellow flags for her. 1 to go then, last lap for Kyle Eccleston. But it does show you just how easy it is. We only caught the tail end of that as Lily came into shot already on the grass. So Liam Pearson will take second and Ian Rogerson will move to third. But it just shows there's a limit, and she was on it.
Yeah, she was really, really pushing that KTM 250, the RWJ racing bike, as hard as she could, and unfortunately that meant a spill off for her into the grass. But there is Kyle Eccleston, our current race leader, and he has a very healthy advantage now of over 7 seconds on P2, which has been awarded to the 150 of Liam Pearson as it stands. So this will be the final run up the mountain for the Bathmate rider today and for the year. So this will be his last passing on the track for the 2025 season, and he just needs to bring it home. So just easily does it now through the flick-flack section of Hall Bends and then down towards the right-hander in the Woodland section. And the next time we will see him will be exiting Farm Bends onto our start-finish straight, where they are readying the checkered flag.
Last few riders coming through, and here he is then, Kyle Eccleston taking what turned out to be a comfortable victory in the final B group race. He would have liked to have been on the back of the A group gear, I'm sure, and obviously without that disaster in the previous race or mechanical issue that he had, he would certainly be doing that. But nice race for him to finish the year. Pearson will take second and Rogerson third. That will be your podium. And Dax Almond on the 97. Then Tommy Sayer on the 16. Oh, that was close across the line between him and Sean Jones. Sebastian Kozlowski in second. There is the number 59 behind the tyre wall. He was the man that went AWOL. Jay Laycock there in he's there in 8th. That's a good result for him. Fully rigged 9th, and Johnson in 10th. Slater ends up getting up to 12th and finishing the race. And they run down to the finish line. Last few riders over the line. So that is your B group then. Final race of our 2025 championship for them. Obviously our novice and Clubman championship points will all be sorted out, and relevant championships awarded. But I think our Clubman and novice is already decided at the previous round.
And there is the 707, I believe, I think that was Lee Diggard there, or was that 77 Stephen Haig? It's not showing Diggard on our timing screen.
No, I think that was Haig. So there you go then. That's that one in the books. Our final championship race.
Oh no, there's Haig just going across the line now. So I think that might have been Diggard, but he wasn't showing on our timing screen, so he's showing as a DNS. So
right, okay.
So an issue there, but he was out there.
Anybody's guess.
Enjoying the rain.
Yeah, it's not actually that dark at the moment. We are still obviously we've not got the lights on here in the comms box because it isn't that bad. But here come our two of our top three. Here come three of our top three down into pit lane as we watch the last few riders going around. So Carl Eccleston then will be the man sitting in the centre of our podium with Liam Pearson there in second and Ian Rogerson on the 162. He will be third. There is indeed the Bathmate KTM rider of Carl Eccleston. Like I say,
will give a big shout out. So all three of these riders are on teams or have supported the British Championship in some way this season. So Automotive Solutions, so who Liam Pearson rides for, their team boss Pekka, he supported the British Championship for a few years now. Bathmate John Oakes, although he's not here today, he's thrown so much into this championship and he's really, really passionate about the sport. And Ian Rogerson, so both him and his brother have put a lot of work into some of our circuits, so Teesside, so helping with tarmacking the entrances to the off-road.
Yes.
And I think it's worth giving these guys a massive, massive thank you for all the support they've given our British Supermoto Championship this year. So it is the Trips British Championship, but there are many other teams here that have all put their hands in the pockets and helped out in whether it's financial or just their time in helping this championship. So a big thank you to them as well.
Yeah, indeed, I echo those thoughts. So there we are then. Carl Eccleston, the winner. Liam Pearson there in second, and Ian Rogerson in third, the 162. And like I say, 3 generations there almost, because Liam Pearson, a mere pup. They're going to get the joys of being able to watch the A final from the pit wall. The final British Supermoto A race action of the day and of the season. The final Trips.UK British Championship will come to the line. It was Jamie Duncan that took almost a surprise victory, even a shock victory, an unexpected victory after seeing Alex Mullaney obviously away with a decent lead at the start of that last one. It was we kind of got to the point where we thought that it was going to be a runaway for him, but our starting grid, reverse grid as well. Of
there
course,
it is.
Pole position start then for the 941 of Darren Wells, with Peter Bennett there, number 79, in second, and the Fat and Fast 42 KTM of Oliver Holmes in third. Lee Williams, the 94 on the high-tech coach in Susquehanna, he's there in fourth place, with Fat and Fast Richard Blakeman in fifth, Bradley Hardy in sixth, Alex Mullaney in seventh, and Jamie Duncan in eighth. So they're the top 8 reversed. Then it's Mike Norbury on the 26, rounding out row 3. Row 4 is the number 817 of Harley Sharp, with Dad Richard in 11th on the 217. Then it's Craig Forshaw, Darryl Pennington, Luke Armitage, and Simon Burgess rounding out row 5. And they come out onto the circuit. They will be they will have their sight lap and they will line up on the grid, and I think this will be probably Darren Wells' first ever start from pole. And do you know what? He goes well round here in the wet.
He does.
Row 6, Dean Hillier on the 108. 17th, Chris Walker, I don't think we've seen, and Jake Sayer was there as well.
Yeah, Dean Hillier, after that issue in race 2, he'll be starting relatively far back in this one, so he's got a lot of work to do. We saw him get a great start, but unfortunately not able to bring that Yamaha home in a great position in that one. And we did see him pull into the pits. You did say we've got Jake Sayer, Blaine Pearson, who had a cracking race in the Bs for race 2. He was flying around the outside, and he'll have Son down here on pit wall able to cheer him on. We got the 110 of Christopher Eastwood, the 117 of Dave Spafford, and then moving up we have Andy Hayes as well as Paul Reynolds in there as well. So we'll have to wait and see if these guys are all going to head out, and we'll see how many bikes we can see on the grid once they've had their warm-up.
Didn't see Andy Hayes, but I did see Dave Spafford, so that I've got a feeling, I could be wrong again, that might be Dave Spafford's. I would say if it will be Dave Spafford's first Sunday A final appearance, and a nice way for him to top off his season. As I say, he's one of our super vet riders for riders at 55 and above, so he is not a spring chicken at all, and got himself on the podium in the final B group race, or in the B group race last time, and they've moved him up to the back of the Bs, so we'll almost start the chance of him having a win, maybe. Yeah. But look, I think he'll enjoy being out there, and I seem to think he's all right in the wet. We can see the leaves there through Hall Bends.
So we have a few updates. So in that one, it was Kyle Eccleston that played his joker for that one for a race win, as well as Jason Laycock in our C/B group. Now in this one, we've got a few more jokers being played. So the number 9 of Bradley Hardy, the 79 of Peter Bennett, and the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. We also have Blaine Pearson and Craig Forshaw all scoring double points for this one race only. So the final race of the British Supermoto Championship here at Cadwell Park, sponsored by Trips UK. And I'm sure they're going to put on a show for us.
Do you think it's just that they forgot to do it for the rest of the year, or they've been reminded? I know that would be exactly what I'd be doing. So
didn't play
so
mine.
There we are, the 79 of Peter Bennett. He's been at this game a while now, as Pete, 15 years or more, but never raced until he took his road-going Essex v Aprilia and put it on the track. There's the 54 Fat and Fast of Richard Blakeman, who's having a better day today. He did actually go and do a couple of laps earlier on to try and sort out a problem.
We are missing someone out of the middle of the second row, which I think is the 94 of Lee Williams.
Yeah, so maybe Willow has got a problem with that high-tech coatings Husqvarna.
That's a real shame.
Yes, so for whatever reason, no Lee Williams there on the middle of row 2.
So I've got my money on the 42 of Holmes getting a good start here, and I know for a fact he will not be wanting to concede on this one. He will be out there wanting a podium finish.
Here we go then. Flag is being waved. Looking across at the lights, there is the 941. Away they go. He gets away with that much wheel spin. And they bounce off. Oh, it's Blakeman down the inside. No, it's not. It's Ollie Holmes down the inside. It looks like Holmes down the inside. He's still got the start device on as they get to turn 1.
That was Jamie Duncan there going round the outside, though. Absolutely flying on that Fat and Fast KTM there. And he looked like he was chasing down. That is Alex Mullaney that has taken the whole shot there on the number 100 Automotive Solutions at Husqvarna. So those two breaking out with a slightly early lead. Then it is Wells, Hardy, and then Holmes in 5th place as it stands, being chased down by the Fat and Fast teammate Richard Blakeman. Then I can see Norbury there, but out in front here is the battle for the lead. Alex Mullaney being chased down yet again by the Scotsman Jamie Duncan in the wet.
Yeah, so Darren Wells getting swallowed up down the start straight by these two men from the 3rd row, but obviously they got the drive and are a little bit braver, but he's still in there in 3rd with Hardy. It looked like Hardy had a real moment on the front, tipping into to Barn, if that was him in there. In fact, them in there in 4th, I think it was. Yeah. The rest of the riders then all streaming through, and everybody safely through by the looks of it on the opening lap. Is our race leaders then look over the shoulder again from the 100 of Alex Mullaney. Has he got what he needs to be able to hold off Jamie Duncan? There is Duncan, the Scotsman. Now, if JD takes victory in this one, I think this will give him the overall of the day, Danielle.
It depends on jokers that are being played here, there and everywhere, but we will have to wait and see. He is still chasing down Alex Mullaney. Now, we know Alex has had a few niggles with that bike so far today, so quick shifter issues and a brake issue as well. So we'll see if they've managed to get those little snags sorted in the brake between these races. But for now, he is still holding the lead over Duncan, and lap times wise, we're looking at 120s already. So both those two about 2 seconds faster than anyone else out on track at the minute.
But Hardy's managed to find his way past Darren Wells. So the local man Wells then back to 4th. But I think this is going to be this is certainly one of the best performances he's had in recent years in the elite group, and they have got a decent amount of track between them. Ollie Holmes, Richard Blakeman and Peter Bennett. Just trying to have a look and see. I'm not seeing either of the Sharp boys out there. They are not showing. So we don't have Paul Reynolds. No, Paul Reynolds. Let's have a look and see how many laps we've got. No, neither.
So non-starters on this one. It's looking like Lee Williams, Harley Sharp, Richard Sharp, and they've just been cut off. So there were a few that didn't take to the circuit. So I think Paul Reynolds is out there, so is Andy Hayes. We weren't sure if those guys had pulled those bikes out here in the wet, but they have done. So the 99 of Hayes currently sitting in 17th, which in an A group, that's not bad.
So sideways action then. There's a little bit from Mullaney as they come through the cut through. Jamie Duncan then sitting there nice and tight. Bradley Hardy putting some gap into Darren Wells. Yeah. So these guys, obviously, he's in 3rd position, but there's lots of guys not out there. The distance that he is behind our race leader is he's legitimately in 3rd.
Ooh, bit of a moment.
Yeah, moment for Wells. Look over the shoulder. Holmes in front of Blakeman and Peter Bennett. This is a good battle as well Blakeman will not want to, well, he won't want to upset Ollie Holmes, otherwise Ollie won't make him any pizzas. But he is the paddock pizza maestro, is Ollie Holmes. I can attest to that.
Yep.
And they come through Hall Bends.
There he is, and he is managing to keep Richard Blakeman behind him. So Ollie Holmes having a great weekend so far. And just having a peek down there on start-finish, our race leader is really not breaking away from Jamie Duncan. So he's managing to keep him at bay for the time being, and there is Holmes tucked right in behind that number 42 plate on that fat and fast KTM. Got him right over the rear mudguard and pulling himself up to head up round Coppice and towards Charlie's 1 and 2. But there is Wells. They seem to have closed in on him slightly over the line on that one. Bradley Hardy again in a relatively lonely looking third for the time being, but it all can change as we saw in the last race. Fastest lap is being awarded to the number 100 of Alex Mullaney with a 121.181, with Duncan only about 0.3 of a second adrift of that one. And it was 0.6 separating them as they came across the line. But this is the battle for fourth place that we're all watching on screen now.
I fancy Peter Bennett for this. He's a man that knows his way around this Cadwell Park circuit, and he just has a style that graces and not some nice fast cornering. He'll try and have a run round the outside of Blakeman somewhere. He isn't frightened of putting a wheel in. And we've got a flag, so hands up. And everybody stopping, so I think...
Yeah, that is a circuit stop, so we've got a red flag on that one. Not quite sure who that one's for. We have seen a few riders that have dropped down the order, but we'll just have to wait and see. So all these riders just stopping. With 7 laps to go on this one, I think it might be a regrid. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll see. At the minute, we've still got the light to be able to do a restart.
Yes,
so
that's going to fall down to our race director,
yep.
And Robin is asking so if they can move out the way. So obviously they need to get the ambulance out on circuit.
Oh,
so.
Good to see Mike Norbury. He's got his road race lid on. I think that's one that he's had tucked away since he's not been out on the road bike for a little while now. A rider that's had great success both at the Isle of Man TT as well at the UK's only road race circuit that we also visit, which is Oliver's Mount. And we had some great racing there this year, Phil.
Yeah, I did see that.
Some absolutely fantastic racing.
I was away at the Veterans Motocross of Nations at Fox Hills, but that was obviously keeping an eye on that one as well. I keep promising Andy that I will get myself up to there. It certainly looks a great weekend, but August bank holiday, a busy time. Looks like we've got somebody gone down in Hall Bends, I think, because obviously Dave Dearden is just coming down to have a look. Yeah. And we will hopefully get it.
So the off-road section at Oliver's Mount was massively developed for this season, and that was thanks to Chris Walker, Trips UK team boss. He put a lot of time and effort into that there, taking a few days off to go down there and build what turned out to be a cracking bit of off-road that led to some fantastic racing. So we had both the inside and outside line as well as a massive step up, and it was great seeing the riders sort of improve over the day. So Sean Jones actually won an award for best jumper of the day.
Which you would not, having seen Sean's off-road prowess when he first started doing Supermoto, I think, to be even considered for that. But again, it just shows that these guys come and they get the kit and they learn how to ride, and they just come along a little bit faster each time. They move up a group, get a little bit quicker. And the thing is, I think with Supermoto, you can get gradually quicker. It's not an all or nothing thing like motocross where, well, you've got to clear a 40-foot double else you're not qualifying. Yeah. So it does give the riders a little bit of a chance to kind of take baby steps, and the fact that Sean Jones got that award shows just how good he has started to get towards the end of this season. And obviously him and Rick Owen, his teammate. Rick not riding this weekend, I think he's still recovering from injury.
He rode at Mete, but still I think a bit battered and bruised. When we were looking back, I'm just having a little look through some of the overalls we've had over the last season. So with it being the conclusion, I thought we'd have a little bit of a look, since we do have an incident on circuit. And why not fill the time with reminiscing on some great race results? So at Oliver's Mount, it was the 74 of Chris Hodgson that took the overall win on the weekend, but it was a P2 for the over 45 rider of Richard Sharp. he had some great battles on track with his son. So Harley Sharp and him, that's where they really started battling this season. And then it went on to Teesside, where Harley managed to actually best his dad in that one. Alex Mullaney, our under-21s champion, he was third at Oliver's Mount, and again just in front of Harley Sharp. Those two riders have put on some great racing for us this year and have both come on leaps and bounds. I think you can see that. So Teesside was around where we had quite a few riders play double points, which allowed them to secure championships. So a rider that's not here this weekend that secured the novice championship was Dan Billum, and we wish him well. Unfortunately, he's out with an arm injury, I believe it is.
Yeah, and like I say, he's a man that is, well, what you would say, he certainly looks... you would not want to meet him in a dark alley, but one of the nicest guys that you would wish to meet in the paddock. And good to see him, and he's now a regular A group performer as well. We are waiting for whether we are going to re-grid them. He's starting to, we're getting some more riders
what I'll
coming
do,
round.
Phil, I'm just going to pop downstairs and I will go and see sort of like if we're doing a restart by the looks of things.
Yes.
And we'll go and see what's happening and how many laps this one's going to be.
Yes. So while Danielle does her usual thing to toddle off and get the official result, or the official story of what's happening, the rest of the riders are going to come to the line. We're just going to take a quick break and we'll have a quick word from our sponsors, and then we will be back hopefully very, very shortly with the resumption of this race. Welcome back then. And we're just still under a red flag incident, but that has all been sorted out, and we are just in the process of gridding up for the restart of our final A group race of the day here at Cadwell Park, the Trips.UK British Championship. And there is the man who was in second, Jamie Duncan. He is there on the fat and fast KTM. I'm not sure whether they're going to get a warm and a warm-up lap or not, or whether we are just going to go. And so there's Danielle just winging her way back from the important room downstairs. What's happening, Danielle?
So it is a 5-lap race, and we will see riders taking up their positions as it was at the end before the red flag.
Right, exactly what we would have expected.
So it is looking like Jamie Duncan's not looking overly impressed with that one, but we will get this race underway because, like you say, we are getting now short of lights, so they're getting a warm-up lap.
They're getting half a warm-up lap. They're going to go, well, hopefully they realise that they're all going to stop at the hairpin.
Yeah, there we go, round the hairpin, so the shortened circuit. And yeah, so we did have a rider off. It was up at the hairpin in the woodland section, so one of the areas that our cameras unfortunately don't cover. But that rider is being attended to by the medics as we speak.
Okay, so he was sorted out. They've just done. They're going to do a short warm-up lap just to get a little bit of heat into the tyres, and they will be underway. And they're going to come round and obviously just get them all gridded up. The weather is, well, it's still persisting down a little bit, but not at the rate that it was as we look at Andy Hayes.
Yep, there is the 100 of Alex Mullaney. So he's got all the work to do yet again to get back out on this one. So he will be starting from pole position, and that will give him the drag up to our first corner.
So there is the 100 of Alex Mullaney. road race helmet on with the anti-fog visor. There is Jamie Duncan motocross helmet and roll-offs, which are absolutely useless in the wet. And Brad Hardy, the man who has been very, very impressive for me today in the wet, on the number 9. The 941 of Darren Wells, the man who started on pole position, he is there on the front of row 2 with Ollie Holmes and the 54 of Richard Blakeman, as we wait for the final time for Andy to put the red flag up at the front of the grid, point to the lights. And here we go then, final time of asking. Hopefully away they go.
It looked
Everybody away safely.
A good launch for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan now heading into the first
trying to
corner.
get, he manages to big wheelie to bounce the off the start device, and he will lead for the first time of this 5-lap restart then of our final race, our final Trip Start UK Championship race of the year. It's Duncan then from Mulaney. Alex is going to try and poke it down the inside on the brakes. There isn't time. It looks like Hardy there in 3rd, Wells 4th, Holmes 5th. There was that Blakeman green flag showing there so that the track is all clear. It is the number 7, the Scotsman then.
Darren Wells there in 4th place. Then it is Holmes from Blakeman there in 6th. So now Duncan's got clear track. What can he do with it? He's been chasing Mulaney for a lot of this afternoon. Now with a bit of clear track, can we see what he can actually do in the wet? Is he going to be able to break away?
We will see, and he's already got a fair few bike lengths, to be honest. It's going to be interesting to see how hard he's prepared to push.
Yeah.
He's the man that's setting the pace. Mulaney knows how quick he can go.
Yeah, we just don't want him getting giddy with it, and we don't want to see any of these riders taking a tumble. So in these really, really tricky conditions, we will be able to see, once they come across the line, what the gap is between Duncan and Mulaney. And it looks like Mulaney's taken some time out of him there through the woodland section. He's definitely closer than he was going into Hall Bends.
Yeah, he took some time out of him in Hall Bends, and he's right on the back of him as they tip into Coppice. This time, is he going to have a run up the inside, or is he just going to sit there and let the Scotsman make the pace?
He was looking a little bit racy there, but didn't decide to make the move. So he's right in his wheel tracks and looking for a move down the inside.
No, he's going to shut the door. It's easy to get that wrong, and rightfully so.
So at the minute on that one, the pace from a standing start, they did a 1:24.
So definitely
blisteringly fast.
Yeah, not as wet as it was. Darren Wells still holding on to a really good 4th position, but he's got Holmes and Blakeman for company. Then it's Norbury in 7th, Bennett 8th, Pennington 9th, and Luke Armitage in a really, really good 10th place on the 145 CF Motorsports. Husqvarna, he is there in 10th place. But here are our race leaders then through the flip-flops in Hall Bends. Oh, some people there braving the braving the weather under the trees. It really does, when it's wet in there, it really does feel horrible. The rest of the field coming through, but here's the race leaders then.
Mulaney much, much closer to Duncan now on the run out from Farm Bends, and with this being a shortened race distance, all that matters is who is in front when they come across the line. So on that one, it was a gap of 0.05 that separated Duncan from Mulaney. So Duncan has got to make a wide bike if he's going to stop the youngster from poking that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna through. So again, he's looking to shut the door there on him as they head towards the escape road. And he manages again to keep the 100 behind him.
Yeah, it's tough. JD knows how to ride a wide bike, and no doubt if that is something that he needs to do, he will show Alex Mulaney the side of the track. He's not very fast mid-turn there, but Mulaney over out onto the white line, carries mid-corner speed, but he runs wider, and he's not as able to get onto the gas as early as you want. They both get a little bit of air with the front wheel as they come over the top of the mountain and into Hall Bends. And this time Mulaney is a lot closer. Is he going to have a move down the inside into the hairpin?
We can't see the hairpin, and my only thought is if we've got leaves that are stopping people making moves. That's my only thought.
And to be fair, it is a little bit like that. So they'll come out of Barn. And here they are out of Barn Corner, and it is still Duncan that leads across the line. Here goes Mulaney down the inside. He's going to have a go. Is JD going to hold it on? No, he's not. Mulaney runs a little bit wide. Is JD going to cut back and come underneath him as they go into Charlie's 2?
There is Bradley Hardy. We've got to shout him out there.
Absolutely unbelievable ride from Brad Hardy. He's there to pick up the pieces, should there be any.
And what I will say, Phil, is even though Jamie Duncan's just been passed, he has just put the fastest lap in with a 1:20.942, so even faster than pre-red flag.
Yes.
So these guys are definitely pushing as hard as they can at the front in these really tricky conditions, but Mullaney looking like he's breaking away now ever so slightly, getting a better run out of that chicane, heading towards that left-hander and then the right up towards the mountain.
So here's JD. It's going to be a last lap next time by. I think this was going to be a 5-lapper. So I think it's going to be a last lap next time by as the light starts to fade and the rain starts to get a little bit heavier. I will tell you for nothing that the cameras make it look way lighter than it actually is. I won't say we're sat here in darkness, but all of a sudden all of our little red lights on our dashboards here look very, very bright. And this time it looks to me like Alex Mullaney has got enough of a lead up his sleeve as he comes across the line to take the last lap. Flag to make Jamie Duncan have to do something pretty special on this final circuit. Never count him out though.
We have had a change for 5th place. So Richard Blakeman's found a way through on teammate Oliver Holmes there, demoting him down to 6th place. Then it's a little bit of a gap back to Peter Bennett in 7th. Then we've got a 3-way battle for 8th, 9th and 10th between Norbury, Pennington and Armitage.
Yeah, we're not going to move away from this battle at the front of this 5-lapper though, because there is still a chance that Jamie Duncan is going to go give it a big Hail Mary down the far end of the circuit. He's got to get closer though. He needs a mistake from the youngster on the Automotive Solutions Husky to give him half a sniff, and here he is. They're coming. It's getting closer. There's a couple of bike lengths.
He is. He's really pushing everything he can out of that fat and fast KTM, and he's definitely looking closer as they head into Hall Bends. But will this be close enough to be able to, like you say, do a Hail Mary at the far end of this circuit?
Is he just going to try and slipstream him out of barn on the final lap? Here we go. The camera's there, ready. Who's going to come out first, Danielle? Is it going to be neither of them? Is it going to be Brad Hardy? No, it isn't.
Oh,
a massive moment. That's got to be it, surely.
Oh.
Duncan's going to come down. He's going to do him on the line. He is. Oh! Now that is what you call a close finish. Unbelievable race.
Oh,
a massive moment for Alex Mullaney as he came out of barn corner.
It was 0.022 as they crossed the line.
Oh, unbelievable. And he weaved a little bit. JD decided he knew which way he was going to go. What a unbelievable finish to our 2025 Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. I think that is going to give the overall to Jamie Duncan, assuming that we've not got to any daft things going on with jokers that might change that. But that was, that was just unbelievable stuff. Fantastic. Duncan takes victory by, literally 22 1/1000ths of a second. And what an absolutely storming race. A 5-lap sprint decided by an amount of time that you can't even contemplate. But the rear lit up as he came out of barn. He's on the bit of the track that's got a little bit more water on it, and as soon as he had to shut the throttle, Jamie Duncan got a really good run out of the final turn, and that was it. And he just had to pick which side he was going. Unbelievable. Feel really bad for Alex Mullaney because he's had a fantastic weekend this weekend, and unfortunate for him to get pipped on the line. But look, we just want to see great racing, and whichever way that one would have gone, it was a fantastic race. But to see Duncan just nip him in the last few yards, that's what we come to see. And we just wait then for they come down into pit lane. I'm not sure Alex Mullaney is going to be absolutely beside himself about that one. But look, he's a youngster. He knows his days are going to come a bit of a shake of the head as he turns off that number 100. Be defeated for the second time, but what a race. So we're just waiting for the guys to get down, get themselves organised in pit lane. Right, that's not all the moment before we get the pictures down there. Our rider that was the cause of the stoppage was Dave Spafford, the man who I gave the big up for being a fast old boy, and he's a fast old boy who bounces well, and he is all fine. We will go down to our pit lane. There are our top three. We will go down to Danielle and find out what the score is.
So we're here with Bradley Hardy, another third place, and you played your joker. Does this mean we'll be seeing more of you in the 2026 season?
I don't know. I said I wasn't going to do it anymore. I don't know. It's a massive financial burden on the family. It's hard work travelling with 2 kids.
But
Love to carry on.
the feeling of a third place, you've been battling at the front sharp end.
It would happen now, wouldn't it?
Excellent riding from you.
Can I just say thank you to my mum and dad? Like, without them it wouldn't be possible. Thank you.
No, I think we all know that coming racing, it's something that families have to get involved in. It has to. I know for myself, I have to have my dad. For yourself, you've got mum and dad. It's a family affair coming racing, but it'd be nice to see you back.
They're the only ones what back me, whatever happens. And Heidi supports me and stuff, but without mum and dad it wouldn't be possible, so yeah, thank you.
And we'll grab a place. It's another second place for Alex Mullaney. 0.22 of a second. That moment out of Farm Bends, you did really, really well to stay on, if anything.
I mean, I don't know how to say that, to be honest. I mean, I'm happy with it. I'd have liked to have got the win, but I've done well to save it, to be honest, so I'll take the second and just pat myself on the back for this weekend, and that's that. Massive well done to Jamie. You give me a run for my money around there anyway, so really happy with that.
Yeah, no, excellent racing. And again, you are our under-21s champion for the 2025 season, so that's nothing to shake a stick at. You've rode excellently all year, and this is a circuit that I know you were looking forward to. Yeah,
I've been looking forward to it. Oh, yeah, I've been saving them double points, so it's worked out in the end. I'm happy to take second in the championship and the under-21s, of course. Just big thanks to everyone involved. They know who they are.
And lastly, we'll grab a word with our final race winner of the 2025 championship here, sponsored by Trips and loads of other companies. It was 0.22 of a second, but you just clinched it.
I think it's my weight. I think it's because I'm that skinny. That's what got me across the line. But no, I thought Alex was off there when he came around that corner. Went absolutely sideways. I hesitated a minute, and then I seen him look over and I was like, time to go. And I just pipped him, but I didn't know if he was going to start snaking about or what. But nah, fair play. He passed me a good one going along that straight and up the hill there. So it was a close race. And I think our start off the first start, what a start Alex got off of that, and I just fallen.
Yeah, we did see. So you got a chance of 2 race starts for that one. It was a 5-lap dash. But finishing on the top step of the podium for the final time of the year, surely that's got to give you a bit of confidence going into the off-season for next year.
Yeah, well, it took all year to get here at one of my favourite tracks. So, no, that does. Finally got the bike sorted out, which is good. But I think we've got a bit of work to do for next year. But, no, thanks to everybody that's helped us along the way and got us there. Yeah.
Lovely. So we'll head back up to commentary with Phil, and our academy riders have just left the start line, so we'll catch up with them on circuit now.
Cheers then, Danielle. And we just missed the start of that one. We were, like I say, struggling to get everything under the threat of the darkness, and here we are, Supermoto Academy Race 3, and also our non-championship racing combined in the back of this one as well. We are going to get everything that we need to get in done and dusted this weekend. Edward Darnton then was the man that started on pole, and we will wait and see as they come through Hall Bends who is going to be leading, or they come out onto the start-finish straight, sorry. So it is going to be Darnton from Gazlowski as they come across the start-finish line. These two guys have put on some great racing. So Gazlowski then had an issue, but they've re-gridded him. I think the fact that they were re-gridded on lap time, so Gazlowski should have actually started a bit further back. But he's not really going to figure in the championships. He has not done that many rounds. So Darnton then just needs to follow him home, really, and he will take the overall victory here this weekend in this final 10-lap short circuit version of our Supermoto. Max Rhodes there in third. So the number 58, and then it's Jackson Bennett, Archie Reynolds, Zach Richards and Cole Reynolds. And then 8th place then the number 455 of Josh Walker. He's actually pretty decent in the wet. There's always that guy out there that goes the same speed wet or dry, and it looks like it is Josh Walker as the fading light, and it is fading. Like I say, it looks like a nice day on camera, but it really... it's colour and camera. We're looking out of the window and it's black and white. Don't put the lights on, we will not see a thing outside. Yeah, Danielle just putting the lights on because it is that dark here in the comms box, but as soon as you do that, all of a sudden you can't see a thing outside. But these guys are putting on a show for us for the final time this year. 8 laps to go, and it looks like Kozlowski is going to take revenge on Ed Darnton in this one, because obviously whatever problem he had in the previous race, they managed to get fixed. A great end to our A Group season then, Danielle, and good to hear Alex Mullaney fairly philosophical about getting nipped on the line by the big old Scotsman.
Shoulders there, I think. Old head on young shoulders. He knew that could have been a hell of a lot worse, and to take a second place by such a small margin, he knew that that was all worthwhile, especially securing second in the championship as well. So that's what it's looking like at this stage. So yeah, let's have a look at these riders on track. Darnton chasing down Kozlowski. Kozlowski looking over the shoulder. Can't see him, but he's right there on his back wheel is the 41 of Ed Darnton. But fastest lap awarded to Kozlowski with a 54.913.
Yeah, fastest lap then for the little man on the gas. And like I say, we seen these guys put some great racing on all weekend, and it's certainly been a fantastic championship this year. I mean, nice to have been part of it again, and hopefully we will have more of the same next year. We already have dates, I think. I'm just waiting for venues and all of the other paraphernalia to be sorted out over the winter, but certainly hoping that we're going to be continuing to bring you the coverage here on TNL Sports YouTube channel throughout the 2026 season. Like I say, we've just seen one of the best races of the year so far in terms of closest finish for sure. It was very, very exciting. Like I say, I was expecting JD to have a run out of him for the final lap, but I did not expect that we would have that moment where Alex Mullaney almost exited stage left on the final corner of his championship, which would have been an awful way to finish the year for a man that's obviously he's had a much, much better year than he had last year. He really struggled, and it's good to see that he's been back and doing the do this year. I've been joined in the booth by Mr. Craig Louth, the man that's been pressing the start buttons all day today. Were you doing that yesterday as well, Claire? Right? He was out there yesterday on the mini bikes, and here we are here now. Like I say, going to be 5 to go, and Darnton really close on the back of our race leader now. Only a few bike lengths in it, Danielle.
There is. It is really, really close between these top two. But then that battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th with Archie Reynolds down there. It's even tight there. Now, it's a 10-second gap. These two boys out in front have been in a little bit of a class of their own, I think, today. Yes. They have put on some exceptional showcases of Supermoto riding on small bikes. So here is that battle. Looks like it's now separated ever so slightly, with Reynolds dropping off a little bit there. So it is Rhodes, Bennett and Richards. Kozlowski look over the shoulder, and that's allowed Darnton to come alongside.
They're looking at each other across the start-finish line.
They're having a chat.
Yeah, they're having a chat.
Chinwag.
This is, like I say, these guys, they're not playing with each other, but they know that the thing about this is it's whoever's going to get the run out of Barn Corner on the final lap that will be victorious. And with 4 laps to go, they've got 12 seconds on Max Rhodes, who's put 1.3 into the Zach Richards, Jackson Bennett and Archie Reynolds battle. I thought Reynolds would be a little bit more racy than that, but obviously if he's just not feeling, and obviously with the light fading,
yeah.
In fact, one of the mini GP bikes has got his rain light on the back, and
well,
it's certainly
raining.
Necessary. Yeah, by the time we get packed up down here and get all the our stuff packed away, we are going to be walking up there in the dark.
Yeah, I think we might be.
Yeah, we're an hour better than we normally are for time as well.
So there's Kozlowski getting alongside Darnton, and
who led across the line there, Danielle? Was that too close to call?
So across the line, it was Darnton that led us. So that was a 0.1 second gap between himself and Kozlowski there, but there he is. He's got the race lead again now, heading up round here, and it's almost a repeat of race 2 where these two riders swapped and changed almost every single lap. And it really does come down to who crosses that line first whilst that checkered flag is being waved.
It is 3 to go then. It'll be 2 next time by. Like I say, short circuit lap for these boys. We wouldn't want to make them go all the way around there up the far end of the circuit. But they're in the traffic. Well, no, here they are. And Gazlowski all of a sudden has broken away as far as the biggest lead we've seen. I don't think Darton's going to pull all that back on the brakes in one lap. And obviously they're having to ride a slightly different line because they've got to turn very sharp right here at the end of the start-finish straight. And it does look like Darton's just able just to let the brakes off a little bit and close in.
Yeah, so big shout out to Josh Walker and Jensen Knowles. Those two boys are currently fighting down in 8th and 9th place, but both of them battling away together, only half a second separating in them, and they're both putting in their own personal best lap times. So this academy class just shows how much it does develop the sport here in the British Supermoto paddock. So I'm sure we will see these names coming up through this championship for years to come.
And here's the battle then as they come into as Bennett and Archie Reynolds. Last lap flag across the line. And I think that Gazlowski has done just enough, because I think that this was the only place that the number 41 was going to have a pop at him. Notice that most of them are running a slightly longer front mudguard. They're kind of the wet weather one. I think that they do have a shorter one on for the dry. And I think Gazlowski has just broken the back of the challenge of Ed Darton as they go across the top of the mountain for the final time this year.
Yep, there we go. So out of sight for us here on the TV, but we will catch them as they exit Farm Bends. And who is it that will come out in front? It is that's Josh Walker.
That's just Walker, so let's have a look.
It is Gazlowski. It looks like they caught a back marker there as well, so that has separated them for the most we've seen almost all day.
Yes, so I think Edward Darton gave that one up at the end. He knew that he hadn't got anything for Gazlowski on that number 64. And so he took the sensible route, which was to back off and take an easy second and the points, as we wait then for the third place battle. And there's 4 riders as they come down the hill. Who is going to take that?
Oh, it's tight.
It's tight. I think
that's Rhodes with Richards. Let's have a little look.
That's going to change. I think that Zach Richards has got that.
He has.
Yep.
It is a third place for the number 69 of Zach Richards. And I don't know about you, Phil, but I think we should both go down and have a quick chat with these. And
yes, we will. You can get yourself down there, and I will bring home the rest of them. So Richards then in third, Rhodes fourth, Bennett fifth, Reynolds in 6th. And then it's a long gap back to Charlie Reynolds. And then Josh Walker comes across the line in 7th, in 8th, so he gets the battle of the best of the battle with Knowles. And then 10th place will be the 71. You can see the rain and the leaves and everything falling then on that camera shot. Right then, for those of you who are upstairs, and all of them, everybody's packed their umbrellas up and moved away from the thing. Thank you very much for all of you guys who've watched the racing. We are going out live on Circuit Comms as well, so we will say thank you to those guys, all of our marshals and officials, everybody who has made this Trips.UK 2025 British Supermoto Championship what it was. FF Solutions Design and Build for sponsoring this Supermoto Academy, as we wait then for our riders to come down and take the podium. Danielle is going to be down there waiting to interview our top 3. And all that remains is for me to say to everybody here on circuit that I hope you've enjoyed what we've done here at Cadwell Park. Thank you to everybody at MSV for looking after us as always, preparing the top track, the leave clearage, and all of the other stuff. Been absolutely fantastic. There are our top 3, all struggling to get their bikes on the stands. Danielle is going to be down there in a couple of seconds doing the final interviews. I will join her down there and we will speak to you in a few seconds.
We saw you at Teesside as well, and you're on your 85 now. You did really, really well there. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
I'd like to say thank you to my mum and my dad. My dad's been my main support for the whole time. He's always believed in me.
Oh, you did really, really well there and just clinched it over the line. Edward, I'm sure you love this. You'll love a microphone in your face. You rode really well. I think you just got caught up with the back marker there, but that doesn't take anything away from winning the Academy Championship this year.
Yeah, I'm very excited to win the championship. Very happy.
You'd fool anyone. Very, very well done from you. Anyone that you'd like to thank in particular?
Pretty much my whole family, because they've supported me all the way through, but mostly my dad, because my bikes have always running perfect, so just thanks my dad for that, and just everybody really.
And finally, Sebastian, you've absolutely put on a great show for us here at Cadwell Park this weekend, so thank you for that. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this race win today?
My mum, dad, granddad, grandma for coming here and supporting me.
I think that's very, very fair to do. And I think we're now going to grab a few more of our Academy riders. So these are our championship guys in the Academy. They're going to pop over once they've sorted their hair, I'm sure. And we'll grab a quick few words with them. So it is Edward that is our championship winner this year. And he's done absolutely excellent with that. But we've also got Max Rhodes down here. We've got Jackson Bennett, Archie Reynolds as well. So we'll grab a couple of words with them. Max, you've had a good season so far, haven't you? You've not quite on the podium for the final round, but that puts you in the podium in the championship, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I know that both you and your sister and your dad have been racing today. Got any plans for next year?
I think I might be doing British Talent Cup, so but still do my rounds of Supermoto when I can.
When you can, and it'll be excellent to see you here. And Archie, do you want to pop over? So you've done really, really well in our Academy Championship, both you and your brother, and we just wanted to grab a few words. We know we haven't really spoke to our Academy guys so far this year, but you've had an excellent year. Has it gone well for you?
Yeah, ups and downs, but yeah, it's been good.
It's been good. And lastly, Jackson, come on over. You've had a good year as well. You even raced at Mete, got a 6th there as well. We've been chatting all about you all day and singing your praises. And what's your plans for next year then?
Probably stick to 85 just to try win the Academy Championship before I'm too old, which would be to do.
So try and get that championship wrapped up. So, Phil, this is it.
Yes, we're done.
It's the end.
It is the end. It's the 2025 championship. It's been fantastic. I've missed a few rounds, but the ones that I've been at have been thoroughly enjoyable. That final A group race was what we all come to see for Supermoto, a 22 thousandths of a second winning margin for Jamie Duncan. But a fantastic weekend here at Cadwell Park. We've seen some brilliant racing in all conditions. All of the classes have been really good. Looking forward to 2020 season already.
Yeah, that 2026 season is definitely going to be one not to miss. If you're not already, make sure you're following the British Championship on all the socials. That's Instagram, Facebook. Catch all the racing over on YouTube on TNL Sports. And we'd like to say a massive thank you to everyone that has supported this championship for the 2025 season. So that is our main championship sponsor. That's Trips UK. We've got all the support classes, Race IQ, Contract Solutions, Automotive Solutions, FF Solutions Design and Build. They're all in there. Brothers Racing, everyone that has helped make this championship what it has been this year. And I think that is pretty much everything, Phil, for this year. Yeah, big thanks also to the Bathmate boys who've looked after me when I've been riding again this year. And obviously, Johnny's put a lot of time and effort into this championship as well. And like I say, we just need to keep the momentum going. We've got plenty of new riders coming through, youngsters and that. So I think the sport is in as healthy as it's going to be at this juncture. And 2026, hopefully, will be just as good as this year. So I think that is everything from me. So I've been Danielle Koenig, alongside me it's been Phil G here today, and we will look forward to seeing you all in 2026.